And hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in everybody. We have Fire who was here very early and grabbed the esteemed title of first for today, not bad. We have a Doran who came just a little bit too late to get first, but welcome in Doran. Though Doran did enter boldly into the cheese zone to grab some roquefort, not a lot of roquefort, just a nibble, 13%, but then 82, wow, I can't talk, 82% roquefort, nice. While I'm grabbing some coulommiers in the cheese zone, and I'm now 62% coulommiers. Despite having Carré du Trièvre and Beret still in the fridge. We have a flamethrower, welcome in flamethrower, and of course we have a lovely Hebe, who boldly enters the cheese zone to come out 29% more brie, and grab herself the achievement for becoming the first to beat 300% brie. That is absolutely an excellent amount of brie. Congratulations, Hebe, for being the very first to reach that milestone. How are you doing? Hello? No glomp command. I'm getting confused in my own commands. Oops. Maybe I should have some music on, shouldn't I? That would be better. Oh, thank you for the snuggle, Hebe. Do get a snuggle yourself. Because that's a command I was thinking about. Fire says, I'm German, duh. When you say 4 PM I'm here at 3:55 and I'm here at 4:30. That's very French of me. Le quart d'heure de politesse, as we call it. Maybe I should go to the starting screen of the factory. We have an idling light, boldly entering the cheese zone to come out 26% more Mondor, to now become 137% Mondor. That is also very excellent. A very cromulent amount of Mondor. Oh, and Ice Bottom Yuntain, how are you doing, you? Entering the cheese zone and becoming 35% Chamois d'Or. That's a good amount at once. Very nice. You're doing alright, Hebe, just chilling. Academy Quartier. Is that like quarter? Is what we call it. Oh, 15 minutes. Okay, like quart d'heure de politesse. Yeah, it has many names. In Germany, we say 5 Minuten vor der Zeit ist der deutschen Pünktlichkeit. 5 minutes early is German punctuality. Just rhymes better in German. So we have two opposite sayings in French on that topic. We have, but it's kind of old school, la ponctualité et la politesse des rois. Punctuality is how kings are polite, I suppose. And we have what we call les 15 minutes de politesse, or le quart d'heure de politesse, which is the 15 minutes of politeness. And the theory behind it is that by being, if you're, for example, being told, come have dinner at 8, your host probably won't be fully ready at 8, because they have so many things to organize. So by being 15 minutes late, you give them the opportunity to catch up on what they are late on. At least that's how I understand it, to the theory to be of it to be. So yeah, you kind of have two opposite views for that, which I think is very fitting for France, to be honest, because I'd say culturally, France is very much in between Nordic countries and more Mediterranean countries, of course, France being Mediterranean in parts. And so we have kind of this almost German culture in like the northeastern parts of France that do value punctuality a lot, this kind of stuff. And we have a much more relaxed approach to time, closer to the Mediterranean, with, yeah, like being late is not a big deal. And with, I think my understanding is the more southern you go, the more lax you are with time. Around the Mediterranean, at least. And so, yeah, we kind of have these two very opposite approaches to time that coexist, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it's interesting because this, so like 15 minutes of politeness is kind of the standard one, but it gets declined in every, like, so like you see like Hebe saying academic 15 minutes, that's what you might have in an academic background, like the school I studied at, we had like our own version of the 15 minutes. Here 15 minutes expression is derogative. Basically it refers to professors, doctors, politicians having no regard for regular folks and making them wait around as they have nothing better to do. Yeah, that can be viewed in both ways, I suppose. I think the traditional one here is more like being early, like too early. If somebody like gives you a time, being too early means you're putting pressure on them because like they didn't expect you to be early, right? And so it's more like this approach of, yeah, actually being early is sometimes kind of seen as impolite to the person who wasn't expecting you to be early. So yeah, I do find it very interesting how, like, geographically you have this very different approach to time as you move north to south. And yeah, I mean, France is in many regards is in the middle of that, whether it's like culturally or in terms of climates, etc. So it's kind of fun. Punctuality or siesta? Siesta. Yeah, that would be. But you know, you say that, but like for example, you look at Spain. I don't know. I assume there is something similar in Spain as the 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure. But like you look at their schedules, for example, where like siesta is very important in space, much less so in France, but for them it is extremely important. It's actually part of their day, and that's very related to climate, because like you have a period of the afternoon where it's generally so hot that you shouldn't do anything, you shouldn't go out. Better sleep. You do this when you arrive 20 minutes early and wait outside until the exact time you're supposed to be somewhere. Yeah. Like, yeah, actually, like, for example, if I go to, like, a rendezvous, to a doctor's appointment or something like that, I'll generally try to be early. And sometimes people will, because I'm stressing out about being late, because I'm naturally tend to be more late, ADHD things, and sometimes people will tell me, oh, you're early. Like, oh, I'm sorry, like, I didn't, like, right? That's putting pressure on me. I'm like, no, you're fine, I'm not expecting you to be early. I'm early, that's my problem. You remember when you were in Italy twice a year, every year, some construction sites were there for 10 years and the progress was super slow. Yeah, but that's something else a lot of the time. That's more like the finances will slow down, constructions, like people maybe won't have the money to do everything at once. This kind of stuff. There was a big period of time. You'll see that a lot in Spain, for example. There was a big construction crisis where there was a lot of investment in construction and projects got abandoned in the middle because of economic crisis, right? But yeah, that's kind of a different problem. In some situations, coming early can be a problem. Ooh, fire. Oh my. Your doctor only works by appointment and he's always running late. It's literally the only reason you don't care about being 10 minutes late to an appointment. You're gonna have to wait 30-40 minutes anyway because the fucker can keep a schedule. Yeah, that is very much the reputation of doctors, and a lot of them like do have this issue. But like, for example, my psychiatrist that I see for ADHD stuff, he's very on time, and so I'll try to be early every time, and almost every time he's like, oh, you're early. I'm like, yeah, no problem, I'm waiting. I'm not expecting you to take me early. But I think it disturbs him a little bit. I do get the impression that he's like, oh crap, he's early, and I'm only expecting him to be on time, and even though I'm not like pissed or anything about him not being early, I'm not expecting him to. Your psychiatrist is also super punctual, but she has a little waiting room made for it, so yeah, absolutely. Like, he has a waiting room too, but like, he'll see me in the waiting room, like as he's taking in his previous appointment or something like that, and he'll be like, oh crap. But yeah. But yeah, I've also had doctors that were always late, and in these cases, if you know they're always gonna be late, it's like, well, if I'm 10 minutes late, that's not a problem. Alright, yeah, so, program for today. We're going to be installing the MONSTROSITY. Yes. In the cheese shop. We're going to be pulling off an Alastor, as it's apparently no cold. So, let me show you around the monstrosity. Yes, it doesn't fit in a single screen. I don't even know how we're gonna build this. Right, so this is the build we designed last stream. That's what she said. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really, like, huge. She would be right to say that. I don't even know how to best show it to you. It is so huge, it barely fits in the room. The monstrosity. So this is the build that we designed last stream. Pretty much that was the entire stream. Your face right now is... in which sense, Evie? Did you facepalm so hard you hurt yourself? That's what she said? Oh, did she say that too? Oh. Well, great minds do think alike. Yeah, so we may have spent 12 hours designing this. Your cheeks are starting to hurt from grinning. Yeah. It is huge. It is a very, very long one. Yeah. But don't worry. We are going to be able to fit it in. It's gonna take some effort. We're gonna have to work for it a little bit, but we will fit it in. It's going to produce a lot. It's going to be very good for us. No, we do not have a loop command, Hibby. I am sorry. Not yet, at least. Do you think loop would help the monstrosity? I mean, there is a lot of machinery. We're grinding a lot of things. We're grinding very hard. We have spinning parts too. And it's all in a very hot environment too, so, you know, machinery might need some lubing every now and then. Stop, please, I'm trying to stitch, I'm gonna hurt myself. Well, there are some activities that you probably shouldn't be stitching while doing, Hibby. Please. I know we call it the needle, but it's not made for stitching. No. This one is made for fertilizing. It's gonna fertilize very hard. Do you want to come inside for coffee? Sure. Do you have got any condoms? Do you not know how to make coffee? Wait, what? It's cute that the answer directly following bot message to Lube was come joining our Discord and the community games. Wait, is cute the right word? I didn't even clock that in. That's a very good point. The bot was very sentient on that one. Let's go with cute. Alastor is too innocent for that joke. Yeah, I'm innocent. Maple said it. Do I have to play the command again? Oh, I can do that for you. I can do that for you.
This is adorable. What are you talking about? It's just a little cutie.
See, I'm innocent. Tears in your eyes. Well, as long as it's not the needle. At least there's that. There are other places you should put the needle. Much better ones. Much... Well, let's go with more appropriate ones. Yeah, don't put that thing in my eye, please. Yeah, that would be a hard one. I am not sure it would fit in your eye, thankfully. So, yeah, this is the monstrosity. This build is gonna be making advanced fertilizer. As you can see here, we are currently making a fertilization material. At a very good rate too. We are making 60 advanced fertilizer per minute. This build, and only this, is going to more than replace this entire build. This thing upstairs is going to produce more Vs than this entire thing. And it's gonna produce some fuel on top of that. Although this currently could produce technically more fuel value than our new build is gonna be producing. You may have seen on the side a little cube. This little cube, well, many instances of it, but this little cube is going to replace these builds. We're going to paste it. I think I calculated we need 7 of them, in addition to the monstrosity, to completely replace our entire fuel supply and fertilizer supply for the entire factory. So we're going to pull an restore today. We are going to remove... this gets removed, all of this gets removed, all of this gets removed. Basically, the only thing that stays on that floor is the shop, because we're going to eventually redesign these 3 builds too. Right. That's a program and a half. So yeah, that's the little cube I was talking about. It is basically 1/3 of the big long fuel builds on the bottom, but better designed, in my opinion. Oh, I'm bonking my hand. Stop bonking, Alistair. It fits in a 9x9 floor space. It's very cute and small. Much more compact than the other one. Yeah. Hooray for mass deconstruct? Yeah, we're gonna be pulling an LSO. I did say that. Right? We're going to deconstruct everything on that floor. Yeah, so we built and tested this monstrosity here, but this is just a designing space, right? This is not its final place, so we're going to need to decommission that one. And I do have some questions that I am asking myself. Namely, among these questions are, will this fit in our pocket? Right, because we have made a small blueprint for it. And the advanced fertilizer build, that I should rename the monstrosity, really, does require quite a bit of material. 3.4 thousand planks, 1.2 thousand nails. 756 stones, 606 iron ingots, nearly 200 steel ingots. So, yeah. I am not entirely sure if we can hold that in our pocket. And so, yeah, this little fuel build, I barely talked about it. But it is basically 1/3 of the fuel module of the Monstrosity. So you can see here the Monstrosity has basically 3 times... how can I show you? Yeah, right here. That's a good view. So like this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. And so these 3 modules will consume the planks that the Monstrosity is producing as a byproduct for the advanced fertilizer. So yeah, maybe... I don't know if everybody was here last time when we made it, so you may not know how this is working, so let me walk you through it, right? Because this is quite a lot to take in. I wouldn't blame you for thinking it might be too much to take in all at once. It is the result of 12 hours of hard work. You would put forward a proposal for copy first, deconstruct after testing only? Yes, absolutely, Edley Knight. That is absolutely my plan. And not the other way around. You seem to remember some fiddling in the morning of my last stream. Yes. Something about copy-paste problem. Yeah, so we had a few problems last time. I do have a blueprint of the Monstrosity as it is right now. That's quite a lot to take in. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I mean, it is, isn't it? Hey, Vava. 113, was it? Yes, 113. Good morning. Are you able to upgrade your pocket? I think we are at the maximum upgrade that we can afford right now. We do have a pretty big pocket, so I just need to check if it all fits in. I am not entirely sure. We'll see, I suppose. We will see. That is something we will test before we build. So, yeah. Ooh, I fell off. Yeah, so we did have some issues last time. So first, let me talk you through the bit, right? Alright, so... over here, we are making basic fertilizer. How are we doing that? We are grinding limestone boulders into stones. These stones are getting roasted by these 9 crucibles here and then ground down into quicklime powder. This quicklime powder is used to make basic fertilizer by these 4 machines down here, by being mixed up with plant ash. How do we produce plant ash? Well, to produce plant ash, you need to take sage. Hang on a minute. But yeah, we'll check about the upgrades. It is possible we might be able to do one more, but I haven't advanced in tech level. And I think I checked last stream, or the stream before, that we were at the maximum upgrade for our tech level. We'll check though. Whew, we have expanded a lot more than we earned yesterday. That is fine. Yeah, so we need to take sage, and then we feed it into these crucibles and we get plant ash. To get sage, well, we have nurseries here. Actually, we have too many nurseries. would really just need one because we are using advanced fertilizer to feed them. So we are using part of the advanced fertilizer we are producing to produce the sage that we use to produce the fertilizer, right? But this is consuming a lot less than we are producing in total, so it's not a concern. Then, to make advanced fertilizer, we need to take this basic fertilizer and mix it with fungi. And that makes advanced fertilizer. To do this, we take rotten logs and we put them on a table. So as a result, we will have fungi and plants that are being produced. So we have a mix of both. We sort them out. We send the fungi to the production for advanced fertilizer, and then we need to do something with these plants. And another thing that we do need is heat, because to make these crucibles work, we do need to heat them up. So we need a fuel build to heat the furnace that are feeding these crucibles, and we have a ton of wood being produced. Whatever could we do with that wood? Well, that's where these builds come in. Let me show you the build it's based on, because it's just the same build repeated 3 times, modulo a few details. So this is the build. This is what I call the cube. So we take planks. These planks can come by either putting logs on a table saw, or can come in through the rest of the build. So we have here a merger. Dang it, I want to jump on the build, not to jump next to the build. Thank you. We do have here a merger. If we put in here, in this yellow arrow, planks, it will stop using the table saws and use the planks that we provide instead. And that's our raw material. And that's how we use the planks produced by the advanced fertilizer build. We feed these plants into crucibles, 7 of them over here, and then we grind down the charcoal that has been produced into charcoal powder. We feed the charcoal powder into an athanator, and we get coke as a result, and some charcoal back. Whether we are talking about the coke or the charcoal, we grind it. We grind everything. We grind the coke into coke powder, and we grind the charcoal into charcoal powder that we put back into the athanator. We do need furnace to feed this entire thing with heat, so we can use some of the coke powder that we are producing. Grind the coke. Yeah, coke. What's what you're thinking about, Fire? Yeah, so we can use some of the coke powder that we're producing to heat up the crucibles and the athanator. And of course, we are using also some of it to heat up these crucibles over here. And at the end of the day, we have a little bit of fuel left over, of coke powder, that we will inject into the rest of the factory. That's actually the only requirement of the build. We must consume its output. The good news is that this output of the monstrosity is actually not that much. It is going to be producing less fuel as a byproduct than these builds would produce. Currently, we're not using the fuel produced by these builds for anything else but the basic fertilizer, but we could use some that's produced as a byproduct. Know that we have upgraded the fuel a little bit. And what we are currently overproducing for this, or could overproduce for this, it would be more than the fuel will produce for the other one. So we'll need more fuel than that for the entire factory. And that's good news, because we have the cube that we can paste totally independently. It can work on its own, and that's going to replace these builds. These builds, you see, you have Athanators, you have Crucibles. We're producing coke powder here too. The only difference really is that instead of being very modular and just being like one Athanator worth, these builds are 3 Athanators worth, and just slightly less efficient than the other one, and also they can't be used to consume the extra wood we get from the rest. So yeah. Oh, an internet update. You will move early to the new place, so you won't even have Wi-Fi for streams. Oh no. So from tomorrow to February, no PC internet and no Wi-Fi for streams. Oh. Ooh, that sucks. Almost 10 days with no internet. However, will you keep playing busy for 10 whole days? Oh my god. That will be a lot of work. So yeah, this will be nice. I made a few calculations for this build, because I wanted to like know how many of the builds we would need to paste. This will be producing about 1.5 times the amount of fertilizer, at least of fertilizing value, of nutrients it's called. So yeah, this will be producing about 1.5 times the amount of nutrients that our currently installed setup is producing. So not only will it be overproducing, producing enough, it will be way overproducing, which is good because we'll need to grow the factory, right? So yeah, that will be nice. It will give us potential for growth. And so we will be producing 57.69 advanced fertilizer per minute. Pretty nice. For a grand total of 54,000 nutrient value per minute. That's quite a lot. And as a byproduct, we will have 11,520 heat value per minute that should be left over, which is equivalent to 13.43 coke powder being produced. Well, being left over once, like, it has consumed what it needs. So yeah, that would be nice. You need to produce more transport and cleaning boats to rebuild your empire. Oh, I see. Foundry, are you playing Foundry, perhaps? And the cube over there, the cute little cube. Each module of this is gonna be producing 5.69 coke powder per minute. That's not a lot, but that's a lot more than the equivalent of 65 charcoal powder per minute in terms of heat value. So even though it may not seem like a lot, it's a lot of heat. It is 4,880 heat per minute per module. So, right, that's the plan for today. That's the plan. And so, yeah, we built this last stream, we tested it, everything works. If we stop consuming fertilizer, it produces coke powder. If we do start consuming the fertilizer, consuming the fertilizer, it starts producing planks that are being used instead. So you see that these table saws are not running because at the moment we are consuming fertilizer. If we were to stop consuming fertilizer, so you see here 1 belt, 2 belts of planks. That is 2 full belts, that is 240 planks per minute that are being produced as a byproduct of the fertilizer build. And that's what we need to consume here. And so like these 2 builds are not grinding any logs at all, and this one over there is only partially sawing down the log that it needs to run. And if we stop consuming fertilizer, then these 2 lines after a while stop producing wood. Let me stop this. Yes. So we stop consuming this. The advanced fertilizer will start backing up. At some point, these table saws will stop. These 2 lines will stop bringing in wood. And so these table saws will start taking the relay. So yeah, that's basically what's gonna be going on here. Can we see that happen anytime soon? The problem is, of course, like we need to back up the entire system with advanced fertilizer before everything stops. So it takes a little while. And so the only input of this entire thing is the money that we put in here. There are a few things I want to check. And yeah, Guppy was saying it was lopsided. I really don't think it's lopsided. I think it's a pretty symmetrical build, actually. It looks very balanced, in my opinion. Yeah, so this is the top level at the moment of the thing. I want... So, the thing is... We're going to have the fertilizer and coke powder outputs right here, right? You see the coke powder is going into these boxes at the moment for testing purposes. Hey, Mastani, how are you doing? Salutes in an alchemical way. Alchemical hellos, Mastani. How is it going? And yeah, we have, like, oh my god, we have so much advanced fertilizer already. We're gonna be able to run just off of these 3 boxes for a while. Yeah. So, what was I about to say? I forgot. Yeah, so we are producing, well, we are outputting the fertilizer and the coke powder over here. And the thing is, just given how it's going to be placed inside the factory, we're probably gonna have to double back with these to bring them somewhere over here, to bring them up to this floor so the plants can consume everything, right? And so I'm going to need like 2 belts on top of that. So over here I'm going to need like a little belt running here. and probably a second one, so like one for the fertilizer and then a second one for the fuel, more than likely. And so what I want to check is whether this still fits under the floor. It would seem like it all... Oh no, it does not fit. Okay. Is it just this belt? Oh, no, 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 no. Probably... Yeah, probably the stands too. That would make sense. They're using the same space, basically, in terms of height. That's okay, I think we can have them side by side. I'm going to go upstairs. Better to attack it from the top. Oh, it's not enough support. It's not... my bad. No, I think I did see that it was complaining at some point about like interfering with other devices, didn't it? So that would fit on top. Interesting. Actually, even these would fit. What wouldn't fit is the belt that I would like to have on top of that. Huh. That's kind of fun. But I think that's fine. We can run the belts maybe on the sides or something and only have like one in the middle, at least in these very tall sections. Maybe we can have a belt run at like this level. I don't know. Like, we'll figure out something. It is not ideal, but it's fine. You're tired from antibiotics instead of being tired from bacteria, so there is progress. Yeah, it would be progress, I would say. I also don't love having this money belt on top, but it is what it is. I'm not too fussed about that. I'm not gonna redesign. Like, another thing is, like, we have these 3 nurseries. I didn't really know how the advanced fertilizer would interact with nurseries. Turns out I would only need 1 in reality. So if I had only put in like 1 nursery, I could have it maybe like directly behind here. Just like I do have these stone crushers. And so then maybe I could use this space for table saws or something. Maybe, I don't know if this section could be taller. No, I think it couldn't. I think the stone crushers are basically as high as this can go. But yeah, I could have like table saws in here, and so maybe hypothetically, could I have had this build a little bit shorter by a few tiles? Possibly. I'm not gonna redesign it right now. Because, well, we just spent the last 12 in-game hours designing it. We better at least use it a little bit. Oh wow, we sold 2 Jupiters. By Jupiter, that is a lot of Jupiters. We are spending a huge amount of money though. But I don't think we will be actively spending all this money once we have built fully the monstrosity, because it will be running like not full time, right? Right now we're running it 100% rate. It won't be running so much, and at the moment we are spending the money for the fuel and fertilizer that it's producing in parallel of the rest, right? Okay, so let's go downstairs. Yeah, we have quite a bit of storage for these. I think let's just pull an Elastor. Maybe we ensure we have the materials to build the monstrosity first. That might be clever. I mean, technically we have them, they're right here, but like, we'd like to have like a civilian version. So we don't have to remove that one to build the other one. Okay, so let's see that we can fit it inside ourselves, shall we? I think I'm going to drop everything in a box. So I am totally free to fit anything I want inside. Like, for example, I know for a fact I don't need any pork powder. Let me just like take off everything. We go fully nude. I'm going to need pogs and iron for that. Fine. Hey Guppy, how are you doing? Fondue? I ate the fondue. I had a great fondue. When was it? On Monday. It was very good. So, first things first, we want 800 stones. Can we get a few pet rocks, please? Just a few. One, two, three, 4. That's 800 stones. We want 3600 planks. Oh, no, that's in my inventory, not in its inventory. So 3600 planks is 18 stacks. So we have what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then we put that back. That should be enough if I didn't miscount. I got distracted in the middle for some reason. We want 1400 nails. Ooh, I'm not sure we're going to have enough. Yeah, we only have... Wait, no, we do have 1600 at the moment. So... yeah, we have 1400 nails. Okay. We want like a stack of big gears. or something like that. We want a stack of small gears. We want 3 stacks of ropes. That's a lot of ropes. Plain say, don't forget to drink, nerd. Thank you for the reminder. Flame, I have great coffee over here. Also, don't forget the comma in that sentence. That would lead to a lot of confusion. How much did we say? 3 stacks of ropes. Ooh, that's gonna be close. Yeah, no, that's not gonna fit in at all. Because we are going to need 4 stacks of iron and 1 stack of steel. Is that correct? Yep. We're going to need like some clay, a few steel gears. Oh, actually, yeah, no. It's gonna be close, but not quite gonna fit. But I think that's fine, actually. Because the steel gears, I believe, are gonna be for the cannons. The sigils, obviously, for the purchasing portal. And the sage is just to plant, right? So... it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Also... well... it's fine, I'll replenish it. I'm going to put down a few boxes, and these are gonna be our project boxes. Which does mean I just, like... I had full stacks of stuff, and now I have a full stack of stuff. I'm just going to replenish everything. I'd try to have a full stacks of stuff. Okay. So, planks. A lot of them. Stones. Nails. Iron. Ropes. Gears. Steel. Clay. What else did I need? I needed my 5 sigil portals, steel gears, and sage seeds. And we'll need to go buy sage seeds. Is all we need extra. Okay, that's not bad, that's not bad. And I think we'll close the shop while we do this. Oh yeah, I don't have any money on me, do I? It's fine. I can steal from here. I have a little bit of money that I might be able to borrow. Just a little bit. Okay, so that's my siege. Siege for ages. Right. Next. I think I'm going to take back my inventory. Well, most of it at least. We're probably gonna need like some planks. Something like that. What does it take to build these? Yeah, I have everything for that. Can we maybe get rid of like the random crap I have on me though? Like, for example, I really don't see why on earth I have a single mortar on me. It's not useful for anything at all. There's absolutely no reason to have any of them. Same for the cork powder. Okay, good. Next. Well, next we pull off an Alastor. As it has become to be known. Yeah. Oh, I forgot part of this. Maybe not the walls, though. I think I'd like to keep the walls. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for this? I don't think my factory is ready for this. But I am. This is gonna be fun. I don't know that my computer is ready for it. This is gonna be horrible. Right. Should I press F? Let's go. Confirm demolition of 4,679 objects. Yeah. Oh my god. Well, we have our work cut out for us, don't we? So, that's gonna be like planks and stones and stuff like that. Maybe this was a little bit too many. Too much destruction. That would be too much destruction too. Yeah, no, not doing that. Uh-huh. I want a few individual chests. Me when I rebuild the base in Dune Awakening. All the leftover material that didn't fit in my inventory. Yeah. That's gonna be a theme. No, we have a few logs, I think. Left over. I really don't know where they come from. Or where did they go? So, random materials can go in here. Yeah. That's gonna take a while. Planks. Maybe we can have a plant box in here. A plank box in here. Alastor's Alastor. Thank you for the clip, Mastani. We're gonna have to share this with FG, won't we? I think she'll enjoy it. Yeah, so if some of you don't know what I'm referencing here with pulling off an Alistair, FG is a great streamer, you should check her out. Let me give her a shout out actually. And she's absolutely not addicted to Alchemy Factory either. Not at all. So she's been playing a little bit of it recently. And last stream, I think it was her last stream, she was discussing accidentally deleting an entire build, actually an entire floor. And she was like, no, I'm not pulling off an Alistair. No. I might have been known to do that kind of things. I suppose. I think the exact quote was, oh god no, I'm not pulling off an Alistair. Reminds you, Flame told you, luckily not Monday, that the best landlord in the world didn't 100% hit the toilet. You almost puke. Oh no. Wait, how did pulling off an Alistair remind you of that? Should I be concerned, Fire? Oh, FG reminded you of that. Should I be concerned, Fire? Or should FG be concerned? Ooh, 1500 basic fertilizer. Ooh, that's... I think that deserves its own box. Probably several of them, in fact. Yep. Ooh, siege portals. I see logs. Just a few. A little bit of fertilizer. Plant ash. We're starting to have a few nails, don't we? Why do I have copper coins? Oh, that must have been what was stored in the portals. Actually. I think I'm going to have a nails box. Ooh yeah. 18 logs. That's a few. And we need more boxes for logs. FG didn't stream today. No, she streamed, I think it was yesterday, she said that. Yeah, she had internet issues today. If I understand well. No, the question is if there are resource bags upstairs. That might be concerning, because I think if we have resource bags upstairs, it means we destroyed stuff upstairs. Wouldn't it? Hey, we stopped buying rotten logs? That's nails. I missed the quicklime powder. Let's go check. But I don't think there should be anything upstairs. Oh. Well, there are some. Yep. Definitely is. What got destroyed? Is it something from downstairs that rained down up here? How and why? That's weird. But yeah, that did happen. Do we have things more upstairs? Fertilizer on elevators didn't get removed with the elevator. Yeah, but that's mostly not fertilizer that's here. That's the concerning part. That's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't expect to be like in or on elevators. Nothing in the bedrooms. No. Okay. Whee! Time to remove this floor to rebuild everything properly. Look, we can't destroy everything at once. I mean, we can. We shouldn't, I should say. We definitely can. While you're at it, raise the entire factory and rebuild it from scratch. I don't think we actually can. Because I don't think we can remove the front door. Like this is, like I tried to like place a door right here. Like this is actually a door. So we can destroy the door, unfortunately. Ooh. I need gears. Where would I have gears? Wait, are you telling me I'm out of gears? Of all things? Apparently I am. I have so many things everywhere. And I'm out of gears. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? Welcome into pulling an LSO stream. AKA, we removed this entire factory floor. So many bags. There are a few, yeah. Also a few boxes of logs, you may notice. I don't have the materials to build more. Right, let me grab a few gears. I think it was small. Maybe not the entire box, just one stack. Thank you. I'll need to watch that clip. I have to say, this was very enjoyable. Everybody should pull an Alastor every now and then. Pulling an Alastor is very enjoyable. Provided you do it intentionally. It can be very frustrating when you do it accidentally. Ask me why, no. $4,679 objects. Yeah, there were a few objects. Just a few. And that's not even counting what we had on belts. I think we're gonna be here a while. I have an inkling we might be here a while. Just sorting through bags. Ooh! Welcome into the cheese zone, Zeta! Entering boldly into the cheese zone to grab 15% camembert. And come out a grand total of 41% camembert, while Masani is rubbing some roquefort from cheese zone. Oh, and not a bad amount of roquefort either, 31%. Mastani is now 44% roquefort. The RNG just hates you. Yeah, 15% is low for a random one. It is, I have to say. It's not extremely low, but it's kinda low. We've seen worse though. EB? Should just go around and like pull random stuff. So we have complete stacks. Yep. That's exactly what I'm doing. Hey, it's actually working pretty well. I think a lot of these are gonna be like raw materials. We even have bags upstairs. We have a bag upstairs which is full of random shit too. Oh god. So much stuff. I regret nothing. Despite all the stuff. Okay, let's sort that for now. What do we have? Few logs still. Just a few. By the way, the monstrosity doesn't not fit in our inventory. It does not fit in entirely. Almost, but not quite. It's just slightly too big. I should put like all the money in here, really. You want the Roquefort achievement. Hey, that's a good goal. Is it still free, actually? Have you checked? You know 2% is possible. I mean 0% is possible. We haven't had it yet, but it is possible to get 0%. No, if you get 0%, RNG really hates you because it's not very likely to get. What do I need? Yeah, no, that works. You should type achievement Roquefort to check. If you get a 0%, you'll storm my cheese cell. Though I do have to say, like, once we got 2%, the one time we got a 2% pulled, we re-rolled it. So we didn't just leave Hebe with 2%. Huh. We missed bits of pipelines. The destruction wasn't complete? Scandalous. Hey Espifa, how are you doing? Welcome into the Monstrosity stream. Hey, you're welcome. Ooh, we got limestone here. A bunch of nails too. That's nice, that's nice. So many nails. Seems like we took to heart the nail down everything principle. That might be why the customers aren't stealing much. If everything is nailed down, I can't really steal anything. Pipes ignore gravity for some reason. Yeah, pipes are basically like just their own thing. Right. Could we maybe put like iron and steel with that, and maybe like ropes and pulleys and random bits and bobs with that? Yeah. Did I also nail down customers to the shop to make sure they stay customers? That's not a bad idea. We should consider that option. We absolutely should. We have so much. This is so much. This is so over the top. No, that's the wrong column. Please at least leave things organized somewhat. Oh my god. I don't think anything moving anymore. I suppose that means we are probably full. Yep. Full of logs. My god. That's just so much stuff. Were the stones in here? I don't think so, right? Yeah, they were in here. Like we had seeds in here. Hmm. You don't even have any percent in Roquefort. So his achievement is safe from use it, huh? Well, that seems like it's a good thing for Mastani. You call cheese dibs on the Roquefort achievement. Hmm. You got completely distracted. How is the move rebuilding going? Well, we cleared almost half of the bags. Well, of the ones that are downstairs. We didn't touch anything upstairs yet. Also 0 on Roquefort for you. Hmm. And Mastani is declaring his intention to steal the Roquefort. So if you want to go to war with Mastani, you know what to do. Alice vacuum services are running smoothly, right? We are playing crime scene cleaner. There was a build murder that happened over here. If anybody has any information on the culprit, because we're really stumped over here. Yep. Whoever could it be? Probably Cody's fault. We have more than a full column of logs. This is so much money tied up in logs. That is insane amounts of money. Oh god. Wrong chest, wrong chest. It's fine. Yeah. I mean, actually it is fine. Because we're going to be reusing it. We're not just going to throw it away. It's just going to be taking a while for us to reuse it. A long while. Also, yesterday we sold 2 Jupiters, which is pretty nice. Oh my god, we made so much money! What happened here? Huh? How? How do did we sell 31 silver and 111,000 copper worth in material? I don't think that's true. I think the game is lying to us right now. Like, the numbers don't add up, I think. I think we just discovered a bug. Pretty sure, at least. Did anybody do the math? We need an accountant over here. I think our accounts are not properly balanced. The triangle, yeah, the Jupiter is 31 silver, but like the 111,000 copper, I don't think tracks. Math is not a unit, Zeta. Accountant summoned? Yes. Yeah, we need you to check the shop's accounts. Things don't make sense right now. The Metal Gears made a lot of copper. Like, there wasn't anything over, like... I don't know, I don't think that all adds up to 111,000 copper. Like, the copper amount in particular doesn't include the silver. No, it wasn't for 1k each. The number that's below the number of, like, items sold is the total amount that we earned with that item. It's not per item. Check the Discord. Let me see. I don't see it. Oh. DMs. Let's see. Oh yeah, 65k in Steel Gears? The heck? How on earth did we sell? Wow. Okay, my bad. Maybe they rebalanced something or something like that. Because that's a lot of money we made in Steel Gears. I don't think we ever made that much in Steel Gears. Okay, I see. Yeah, I missed that. I totally missed that. Yeah, no, okay. Fair enough. My bad. Apparently we don't need Mastani's services anymore. We're fine, we're not getting sued for like money laundering or anything. I suppose that's a relief. We did not do crime. I think we're going to need another one on that. Also, what was I... Oh, stones. Yep. You know it's not a clip, but you also posted a screenshot to see it easier. Yeah, that's fine. Got the capture of the end of day 187. Checking the map. Okay, hopefully we didn't do crimes, I should say. No, but like if there was 65k in one item, then I can see it adding up. I just missed that. It seemed like a lot, and I browsed through it, and I was like, nothing's over like a few thousand. So, and it's never been the case, so I don't see how that's possible, but no, I do. It maxed out. Well, we did a lot of money, then. That is great. Also, oh, I see how that's possible. It's because our reputation is increasing. We are at 67% reputation. We have not been that high before, so that would be why, I think. That's very surprising when you're used to everybody thinking you're a crappy shop, but 6, 7, yes, fire, yes. So that was a bit more or less fire. We can't even send fire to the dungeon, it's not a pun. The meme gen? Should we have a meme gen? Hey Ducky, how are you doing? Welcome in to the ground cleaning day. Today we are pulling an Alaster, and then we are gonna build a monstrosity. It's the only way that's ever gonna fit in. That was half a liter of milk shut down. What? I think I am missing a reference. If it's relating to the meme, be informed that I have absolutely no meme culture, even less so than Jess. So, yeah. Ooh, that's cool. Exciting. Ooh. Well, what am I doing? Right. I need... What do I need again? Metal, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's metal. More random crop for the random crop chests. We have planks. I think we need probably another plank chest, just in case. Fertilizer, but I barely know her. Yes, we're making very good jokes today. Do not worry. Ooh, Ducky's entering the cheese zone and coming out 24% facial. Nice. Speaking of, I should make dinner for myself. Spicy beans sounds good. Ooh. Does anybody have like some sugar and cream that we can pour onto Ducky? To eat Ducky. Yeah, you can only grab like one of the 2 cheese redeems per day. Not both. She ate some of Flame's spicy food by accident. Ah, yeah. Yeah, if you don't like spicy, I could see that being a problem. Ooh, a hydrate, thank you, Guppy. I'm nearly out of coffee, I need more. Jokes will continue until morale improves. Astor has a very restrictive cheese list. To be fair, it is slightly restrictive, intentionally. For two reasons. First of all is, if there are too many of them, like, nobody could get achievements. The other one being, I only use the cheese in the cheese list that I at least know of. Like that I have tasted before. Well, not only, I shouldn't say only cheese I know. I have some cheese that are here for the meme. Like Trou du Cru and Bouton de Culotte are not cheese I've tasted, but I saw them in the list of existing cheese and I was like, I have to have that in the cheese zone. But other than that, it's mostly cheese that I know. Not necessarily well, but I do know them, or that I know are well known in France. Which means there are a lot of fairly regional cheese in the cheese zone. Because of course, like, the cheese I know are more likely to be cheese that are sold around me. Or like that my family often had, or something like that. So yeah. Guppies entering the cheese zone and coming out 27% more fourme d'Ambert. Ooh! And that's an achievement, because Guppy is now 107% fourme d'Ambert. Oh no, it's not an achievement, because Zeta got there first. Bad luck. Sorry. The achievement got nibbled first. By Zeta. Everything that's worse than onions is too much for you already. Wow. Onions, pretty mild. We're waiting for cheesecake to be added. Cheesecake is not a cheese. You'd be all over the cheesecake, to be fair. Cheesecake is a cake that has cheese in it, but it's not cheese. No cream cheese in the cheese zone. No, there's no cream cheese in the cheese zone. That's true. You really want cheesecake now? Though I might... you know what? I think I should make a cheesecake common. Sorry. Sorry, something got in my throat here. You want cheesecake, but not in the butt? Well, too bad, you might have cheesecake in the butt. I should make a cheese list. Command Mastani, that's a good idea. Cheese engage. There is currently no cheese list command. what you can do is get a list of the cheese you have. What's the name of the command again? Cheese list in one word. But you can't have, like, there is no command to get like the list of all the cheese that are in the cheese list. You can only see the cheese you have some of. Ooh, that's a lot of charcoal powder. And of quicklime powder. So I think what I should do I'm out of gears. Maybe 2 chests for each. Because that might be too much for it. Quicklime powder. Right, so charcoal, quicklime, charcoal, quicklime, charcoal. I should start by the bottom. Always start with the bottom. I don't know what kind of principle that is, but I'm sure it's somebody's principle. I'm sure it's somebody's rule. I probably want a cork powder chest too. Why didn't I start with the bottom? I just said always start with the bottom. Alistair, what are you doing? Silly Alistair. Nails. And then the gears. And the iron goes with the nails. No cheese list. Yeah, you should receive a DM from me for the cheese list command. What does cheese do actually? So cheese gives you the amount of cheese you have in a random cheese base. I don't know if that made any sense. So it picks a random cheese and it tells you how much of it you have. So here you see you used it, you use the cheese command, it's telling you that you are 20% more beer. So it's not random from the cheese list, it's random from the cheese that are part of like what you've been. I don't know how to explain it well. Yeah, like how did yesterday get like 65,000 in steel gears and like today is just 11,000? I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong. But like, yesterday seems like odd, right? If you don't have Twitch Whispers allowed, you wouldn't see it. Yeah, I need to be able to whisper to you. That is correct. That's also why it's my account sending it. because it doesn't work with Venbot's account. Hands off the bottom. Bottom is best, but top is fun sometimes. I see, I see. I could put the quicklime with the quicklime powder. Yeah, that's probably gonna happen. Ooh. Oh my. That's probably gonna happen, but I just want to... Like, I don't mind it being, like, slightly messy for now. I just want to roughly know where things are organized. Wow, we have so much charcoal powder. Fertilizer... Where would that be? Right. We have the seeds here. Right, I'm going to need more chests. We almost have 2 full columns of logs. This is insane. So many planks too. Like, somehow very little gears. So what would you estimate how much production you'll have left until you have seen everything? A lot. We're like basically like halfway. Let me show you in terms of the tech tree. We are level 5. We have not done everything in level 5. Like, we haven't done turquoise, we haven't done yeast powder, gloom spores, or transformation potion. We haven't even done... Like, currently we don't have a vitality build, I should say. And then we have all of that. And like, all of these are of course more involved than what we had before. That's part of what we're doing right now. We're building a foundation so we can tackle the next things at least more reliably. Like, we have a basic production that we can rely on, where we have a good solid foundation that we can work with. Like, it will be a while in this game before we've seen everything, because it's pretty deep. Ooh, Zeta is 34% elemental, not bad. And Ignite is 72% Saint Felicia. I think you can also specify your cheese with the cheese command. Like, if you want to say, I don't know, see how much like brie you are, you can say cheese brie, and it will tell you. 41% mozzarella. Nice, nice. Yesterday I stored 137 steel gears versus 24 today. Yeah, but like, why is it so wildly different is the thing I'm puzzled by. Grilled cheese. Am I sure it chooses from all cheese, not only the ones that are greater than 0? Yes, only the ones that are greater than 0. That's what I meant to try to say. The cheese command picks one you have grabbed from the cheese zone at some point. That is correct. The store is slacking. No, I'm reading. You just have too much cheese. I need to confiscate some. Yeah, so see, you do cheese emmental. It tells you about this specific cheese. But, And like if you type the cheese list command like Mute just did, you'll get a DM that gives you the list of like all the cheese you have. So anything this could pick from. But it won't put it in chat because that would be a long list. Okay, we are almost done. Lots of lime powder. The vitality potions are gonna get their own chest. Oh, I need the materials to do that. Good point, good point. Oh, I'm out of gears. Oh my. Somehow there's a log left. We should get rid of the seeds too. But we love long lists. Yeah, but like it would spam chat too much. Which we wouldn't love. How did I get a sage seed up here? And a lot of limestone. Ooh. We filled the chest. Right, so I wanted a chest for vitality potions. Let's go. Yeah, there is some of this. And so, yeah, I suppose charcoal can go with this. We have the cork in here. Planks. Let's see. Yeah, I did throw in all the seeds. So yeah, here let's see, we can have like charcoal powder, and I did say always grab from the bottom, didn't I? Let's just take everything in. Actually, maybe we can have like plant ash and sage in here. We can have charcoal powder and charcoal in here. This can be the cork. And we can have the quicklime. Good. Iron ingots, of course, go in here. The gears. And more gears. And the window panes. Stones are here. And of course the money is in the money bag. I think we are done. We are ready to install the monstrosity. No more bags. Oh, let's go. So, we're going to need a few materials. Just a few. Always grab from the bottom. When will I learn? Oh well. Okay, so, yeah, that's fine. This can be transferring for a while. I don't think I need them right now. Yes, so not everything fits in. It is pretty big. So, of course, it doesn't fit in our pocket. And we will need transformation potion to upgrade the inventory, which we cannot. Because we're not making them yet. So... let's see, where do we install the monstrosity? I think... maybe actually we leave a space on the side. I'm thinking... maybe we can leave like 6 space on the side? Maybe on each side? That might be a good idea. So let's see here. If I take a little ruler... okay, so... this is gonna be the corner. How long is the monstrosity? It's pretty long. It's a pretty long one. Oh! No, outbreak is done. Okay, good. Let's see. The monstrosity is 53 long. Okay. Where would that leave us? Ooh, that would leave us like right here. Right in front of the door. That's fine. We can work with that. And of course we know exactly how wide it is. We know it's width pretty well. It is 9 tile wide. So that is the footprint of the monstrosity. It should fit inside this. Nice. Well, so it's kinda like a random item from cheese list. Yeah, pretty much. It gives you your cheese per default. That gives you your cheese per default. You see, just checking. Yeah, exactly. Like, the cheese command actually predates the cheese list command. Initially, I was like, yeah, you can like get a random item from your list of cheese. And at some point I was like, actually, maybe people would like to know like what they have overall. So, right. The monstrosity I present to you. coming to a factory near you. I think that should be correct. Yeah, let's try. Yep, that fits. Barely, but it fits. And if it fits, I sits. As the saying goes. Of course, we don't have any of the purchasing portals installed or stuff like that. So we'll need to paste it again. I think if I paste it twice, it should work. We'll try. Oh god. So if I hit caps lock, it keeps things at the same level. And then I should be able... Ooh, it's pretty laggy. Like this. Let's go. Yep. What is this going into? Huh. Right. It's gonna be hard to inject wood in here. Hey, Craig Splitter! What does that setup do? What does the monstrosity do? Welcome in! Let me show you. So we have the design version over here. This is an advanced fertilizer build. We are making a basic fertilizer over here. So we are grinding down limestone chunks and turning them into quicklime powder. We are growing sage underneath. And then we are burning it to make plant ash. And we mix these two to create basic fertilizer. Then over here we cut down rotten logs, which produce a mix of mushrooms and planks. And we mix the mushrooms with the basic fertilizer to make advanced fertilizer. And to get rid of the planks, we have these three builds, which are basically 3 copies of the cube. This little build over here, which is very cute, and which is a cork powder build. And so we have 2 full belts of planks being produced by the advanced fertilizer setup, which is 240 planks per minute. So we need to eat 240 planks per minute, and each of these 3 builds wants to eat 100 planks per minute. So, and we need a fuel build anyway in the factory, right? So what this does, and I'm pretty proud of that one. Hang on, before that, let us see how much we made today. Did we sell an insane amount of steel gears? No, actually we didn't sell any, and I think I know why. Because I think we are out of cork powder. Well, we're not out of it, but we're not injecting it into the steel build, which must be off. Yeah, so let me show you that build more in details. Yeah, so this build wants to create a coke powder. So we have table saws, we cut logs into planks. We feed the planks into crucibles to turn them into charcoal and then grind them down into charcoal powder, and we feed all of this into an ethanator, which produces a mix of coke and charcoal, right? And so the charcoal gets recycled, it gets ground back down into charcoal powder, thank you for the demonstration, and the coke powder gets ground down into coke. I've destroyed the mess of old cannons. I mean, we still have a little bit of a mess of old cannons. But yeah. And yeah, so that's basically it for this build. And so this produces an ethanator running full time or coke powder. Because the ethanator wants to consume, I think, 6 crucibles worth of charcoal powder plus like 2/3 of one. But what this build does that is very clever for this is that it can produce its own logs, right? But if I feed into this yellow arrow here in this merger any planks, it's going to take them over what it produces internally. So if I feed it a full belt of planks, for example, or like 100 planks per minute because that's what it wants to consume, it's just going to stop sawing down logs until I stop providing it with planks. And so that means that over here where we have 3 of these builds, you can see 1, 2, 3. When the fertilizer is running, it's producing 240 planks per minute, so this stops, and this only runs at 60% speed. So we're always going to be producing with this build 3 builds worth of coke powder. And if we are producing any advanced fertilizer, if the factory needs it, then whatever we're producing in terms of planks for the advanced fertilizer is just going to replace some part of the need for these builds. So yeah, that's the entire thing, and a big constraint I impose on myself for this build, and this build too, incidentally, is that it has to be 9 tiles wide. Boop. So it's 9 tiles wide. Or it had to be like 9 tiles wide or less, and less than 1 floor high. So that's exactly what it is. And I am pretty proud of it. It took us 12 hours to design. I see booping in chat. Oh my. Zeta booping, Doran booping, idling light, and Zeta. And idling light booping Zeta. You keep hearing coke powder. Look. I pronounce things how I pronounce things. It looks gorgeous. Yeah, I really like it. It is a very powerful one. Like this entire build replaces the fertilizer production we had for the entire factory. It will produce... It has the capacity to produce 1.5 times what we had in the entire factory before. And that was almost a full floor in terms of nutrient value. So it's a long one, but it's a very powerful one. It looks good. Boop is not a multi-boop command. No, it isn't. It produces better fertilizer. Yeah, like the amount of fertilizer it produces is less than a belt. It is... let me see. I have a spreadsheet. I've made a spreadsheet. We have reached spreadsheet point. Yeah, we produce less than half a belt, in fact. We produce 57.69 fertilizer per minute, and then 13.43 coke powder per minute if we are running full speed. Oh no! I wanted to know how much it produced. Because I wanted to know... Basically, I needed to know if I needed, like, to paste it once, twice, 3 times. Turns out, once is well enough. Though we will need some more of the cubes to replace the fuel part of the factory. So yeah, we will need, like, I think we would need 7 other instances of this on top of that to replace the fuel production for the factory. So we'll need quite a bit. We will definitely need quite a bit. I think we're good. I think we have everything placed properly now, in theory. We need, obviously, we'll need to feed it with I was about to say stone, with money, but that can absolutely be done. I think this might even be up to the task. Yeah, it will. But I won't do it right now, because I will want to maybe possibly feed it a few of the extra materials that we may or may not have acquired in the process of making this build. Actually, no, not the stone. Can I... Maybe we can start with the quicklime. How can I do this? Yeah, and so here we'll just have like fuel coming out here and fertilizer coming out here. And that's the entire output of this factory. Maybe I can have like a little chest here to feed stuff temporarily. So that's gonna be quicklime powder. Yeah, I guess we just have to wait. But honestly, because we can't put it in here, right? In a machine that has a recipe, you can tell it, oh, you put that in the output, and it will, but like here, no. Even the crucible, it won't be possible. This is quite a bit of buffer of quicklime powder, actually. I didn't expect it to be so much. The cork powder will be useful to jumpstart the build. So that will be nice at least. This would be for rotten logs. One of the questions is how do I provide this entire thing with logs? Like, how do I inject logs into here? Not easy. I mean, I could remove the purchasing portal, I suppose. Yeah, the first build is slightly different, you'll notice. It's because of wooding stuff. Yeah, I suppose we can remove it and like put a chest in here. And we'll replace the purchasing portal afterwards. Can I put a chest in here, actually? Yes, apparently I can. Though only a small one. So that's gonna be very efficient. Time to fill up our inventory with logs. For a while. Seriously, can I not? Hang on. Please tell me I can have like a long chest. Yes, okay. A long boy. Because that would be very unfortunate to just have to have all these logs forever. Basically. That's so many logs. I mean, it's gonna take a few because like there's a lot of belt buffering and all of that. The builds are quite hungry when you start them. So it's good that we have all these logs available. You need to be careful not to accidentally destroy the entire build. That would be unfortunate. Ooh, no, 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 no. Uh-oh. Yeah. We may have made a mistake. Okay. At least that went okay. Ish. So... Can I maybe fit a large chest? No, no large chest. No large. Oh lord. Well, I suppose small chest it is. I made the boo-boo, yeah. La boo-boo. I hate myself for that pun. Even that's... Even for me, that's too much. You're glad? Yeah, I figured. Bonjour, Gatito, how are you doing? Hello, hello, welcome in. Brother Alastor. Am I a monk? What am I preaching? Am I preaching chaos? I think I might be preaching chaos. That would be befitting of me. Okay, that one's good. We're not gonna make the same mistake as last time. You're doing well, tired. How about I? I am doing great. We have been making decent progress actually in building the monstrosity. We are currently feeding it. It is a very big one. It's pretty intense. This is all the materials that came out of destroying this entire floor. Alchemy, do I have cheese? I always have cheese. It's stored in the cheese zone. Oh, you mean in the factory? No, unfortunately I don't have cheese yet in the factory. However, we are working on fertilizing and coke. Oh, we're full already? I see. So everything's full on that side. Right, let's drop the logs then. I don't know what I'll do with them. We'll figure it out. Do we do the same for stone? Yeah, of course we do the same for stone. Stone, le monde est stone. Yeah, so what we're currently doing, if anybody's wondering why I'm doing manual labor, we are manually feeding back the materials that we got from destroying everything back into the new build, because the new build is going to need a lot of materials to be jumpstart. And so we might as well use materials we already have for that. And we're still gonna have a lot of materials left afterwards, as you can see. And we'll need to do something with them. Thankfully, in my other builds, I have priority inputs. I don't have priority inputs on this build, because it was extremely big already. So I didn't want to complexify it. But yeah, it's still a lot. Even knowing that like I have somewhere to put some of them, I'm only gonna be able to put ever so much in something at once. And like this is a lot of materials. Let's see, plant ash maybe I can feed manually. Oh, right, that's a good point. I should probably do fertilizer first. Because I do have a lot of it. So, basic fertilizer in here. And then we only have to get the belts backed up. Okay, and then we can have plant ash and quicklime powder. Pull in here. Perfect. What else can I manually feed? That's a lot. I can put the fertilizer in there. I suppose I could manually feed sage. Oh, you know what? I bet I can have some more plant ash up top. Oh my god, I cannot fit inside. I cannot fit on top of the build, oh no. However, will I see what I'm doing? It's impossible. This build is way too large. And stop giggling, Hebe. I can hear you. Do you think I can have a little pillar here? And there we should be able to insert plant ash. Let's go. And so hopefully that should consume most of the backlog for that. We can't fit big chests. But that's fine. I don't like how it doesn't automatically like restack properly the inventory. I mean, I get it, it's so we can like split stacks, etc. But it's annoying that I can have... Well, this is full. Okay. Good, good, good. Right. Well, maybe I should leave it over here. For now. There's really no reason not to. It means it will consume some plant ash. And I can re-inject it a little bit. The sage can be done kind of the same here. Perfect. Hopefully it's not too much sage we have in stock. We have so much charcoal powder, I don't even know what to do with it. Same for the limestone, coke powder. That I know exactly what to do with it. Basic fertilizer, we have so much. Nails, all that's material, we can deal with that. These ones... Yeah, we've already stocked up all we could. So I think really, like, we're good to go here. We just have to fuel it up and connect it. So what do we start with? First of all, we connect it maybe? Mayhaps? So where does that land? Right on top of the belt, I expect? And it should be, let's see, this one? Would it? I think that's correct. Let's see. Nope. On top of the grinder. I mean, we can work with that. I do not have enough planks. Okay. Can do, can do. And I have a bunch over here. Like, just a few. Up. So... like right here, right? Nope. One further. And also, it has to be... yeah, no, that worked. Yeah, we saved that one. Ah! That's a fail. Ah, let's go. Okay, and then we have a little bit of a stand. And a bell. Perfect. And so this wants coke powder. And that's gonna be like the primary input for coke powder. For the entire factory. Because we want that to be like the first one that gets consumed. This one's a priority. So let's have a priority merger. Priority merger. So priority merger is going to take first from the yellow input and second from the blue. How do I arrange that? I think I put it over here actually. That seems actually quite nice. This is maybe a little bit too cramped. Yeah, that would be better. I do think. So, yeah, so we're going to want actually, yeah, like that. No, actually, this is still too cramped. Because I want to leave some space for the blue input to come from the side. Not the entire floor, thank you. We do not want to pull a second Alastor, especially a non-intentional one. Intentional Alastors are fine, unintentional Alastors are not permitted. I'm just sidestepping the box here. Oh no, actually I don't need to for this type of box, do I? Yeah, that's fine. That works quite okay. And so here we can come in and like merge something onto the blue that comes from other builds. And it's gonna be fine. Yeah, nice. We could even have a elevator come in over here, couldn't we? Yeah, I do like that. That would be more aesthetically pleasing. And that's the most important part. We don't only worry about efficiency. It has to look nice too. Them's the rules, I don't make them. No, yeah, actually I do make them. Alright, so that will be my fuel input for the entire factory. And so, since we do happen to have a big amount of cork powder just lying around, for some reason, we can inject it into the factory from here. I am thinking we could put the cork in the ethanator. Or at least some of it. And that might be a nice way to jumpstart the fuel part of the factory. Do we want to do anything else before I do that? I mean, we could also do the same with charcoal. But, too lazy. So this will start fueling the entire build, right? Actually, we could burn some of it too. Like, it's slightly less efficient, but who cares? At this point, we're just trying to get rid of the material. We just have so much of everything. Uh-huh. That's all getting backed up. It's nice. Yep. Ooh, 18? Oh my. Which means we should probably already see... Actually, no. We won't see any advanced fertilizer being made because we are currently not buying mushrooms. We're not doing shrooms yet in this build. Yeah, so like we're grilling stuff, etc. So this is getting backed up, but we're not buying the rotten logs yet. That's the only thing that remains to be jumpstart in the build. So the thing here is these furnaces will consume most of the fuel produced by this factory until they are full. And like the whole system, fuel system is full. And by feeding them manually some stuff, I don't really help, to be honest. I suppose I could do this. Feed these furnaces so that like more fuel has an opportunity to make it to the first parts of the build. Maybe for the best. Well, we have consumed most of the coke. So at least there's that. I think we should see steel gears reappearing today. No, actually not. Then tomorrow maybe. Because we have started feeding pork powder back upstairs. And that's required to make steel, so... My assumption here would be that steel is restarting. course, I have not checked. Well, we know we're going to need more fuel builds, so what we could do could be to add in more fuel builds. Where we build them? I think eventually we might have another monstrosity next to this. What would that destroy? Nothing? Then why do I have this here? Interesting. Yeah, really no reason not to. So maybe we could have fuel builds over here? I think that would work. Just a few modules. It should fit on these tiles. Oh, actually, more than fits on these tiles. Yeah, it sits pretty nicely here. Let's see. I'm probably going to keep the same rule of keeping them like 6 away from each wall or something. It seems like a pretty decent rule of thumb. And so, like the other side goes right here. And then how do we orient it? We're going to need 7, so we're going to make it like 8 of them. Today not chaos, today relax. How did I miss this message for so long? Well, we are destroying stuff, so, you know. Perhaps we could have it like here. I seem to have miscounted. Oh yeah, no, I didn't miscount. Yeah, I mean I did. Yeah. Sure. So we're going to need like some steel, a purchasing portal, some planks, some stones, and some nails. Hey Sven, how are you doing? And hey Kaz, entering the chase zone and getting 40% Bruce today. Not bad. While Sven is breaking into the chase zone to get some Conte and comes out 60% Conte in total. 33% more than previously. Not bad. We might have just built a monstrosity. It is active. It is working. Yes, yes. I mean, it's not 100% working yet. We haven't fed the rotten logs yet. But we have destroyed this entire floor. Alastor's automated wheat farms. It's sage. Sage. We are the sages of this world. Je suis très sage. That was maybe a little bit too stone. Yeah, that would work. Bit of steel, bit of iron. We are going to need a lot of planks. Like, a lot. Reminds you, you wanted to guide the raid last time, but doing it now, so we'll forget about it when it ends in like 8 or 11 hours. It won't be 11 hours. Oh, we have ads about to start. Okay, chat, we're going to take a quick break. 5 minutes. So I can get more coffee and be like a good human being and stay hydrated. Right? You should do so too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Let me just start counter. Like, just a little bit. 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes break. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. And welcome back, everybody! How are you doing? How was the break? So, let's get back to the factory, where, if anybody came in during the break, we just ripped out this entire floor, which was producing fuel and fertilizer for the factory. And we just built the MONSTROSITY, which is currently fueling up. It is currently in startup mode. It has started producing fuel, which is mostly feeding to itself. We haven't started producing fertilizer yet. But we will. And yeah, we were about to start putting down fuel builds for the factory with the new design. Thank you for the welcome backs, everybody. You want to raid Sal? Well, if she's on, yeah, I'll probably raid her. That's not a bad idea. Sal is somebody I do raid from time to time. Last time I don't think I could have raided her, because I don't think she was on when I raided. I'm not entirely sure though. I could be wrong. Okay, so yeah, so we have connected this in terms of fuel. We haven't connected the fertilizer, I just realized. And fertilizer would be connected over here. And one thing of note here is that, like, we had several inputs of fertilizer for basic fertilizer, but for advanced fertilizer, like, we won't even produce a full belt. We won't even produce half a belt, really. So there's really no reason to have, like, many different inputs. What we do want is to be in front of the hole. Finding the hole is better. There. Though that hole is not in the right place. Yes, destroy 17 objects. There, that would be better. Okay, so, yeah. Whoop. Yeah, that's good. And then we need to have elevator down right here. So this will be the advanced fertilizer output for this build. And we just built the advanced fertilizer all the way over here. And that will be belted right up. And I think I will have a priority input for the fertilizer. So, we are going to want a priority merger. Oh. Dang it. Fine, have it your way. We'll do it like... No, that won't work either. Ah, that's annoying. We'll do it like that. Fine. I don't like how this is laid out, but I don't have much of a choice. So we'll deal with it. Right, so I can start injecting fertilizer now into the system. I have a crap ton of basic fertilizer. And actually I even have a crap ton of advanced fertilizer. Because we have produced a bunch in the test build that is over here. I do need to have fertilizer distributed to all the plants. We'll need to rework the plants anyway. Because, well, they will be producing much faster. That's fertilizer input, that is correct. Okay, so this is all going to the plants, perfect. Or should I... Is it possible to feed the basic fertilizer inside the basic fertilizer line of the build? I don't think it is because it's in the middle of everything. Right? Where is the basic fertilizer running? I don't even see it. So yeah, I'm going to count that as not possible. So yeah, we're just going to inject basic fertilizer inside the build for now. It's not gonna be enough to feed all the plants, but that's fine. And we were about to start building coke powder setups. What are we missing? A portal sigil. I think I had some in here, didn't I? Maybe here? Yeah. So yeah, this build is 9x9 and is... Oh yeah, we're making a lot of money in steel gears. Yeah, so the build we will build here is 9x9 and will be producing coke powder too. And we can have several in a row, actually. They can be chained together. So that will be nice. I would be almost hesitating to like directly build a second monstrosity, but like we are going to be producing 1.5 times the nutrient value that we were producing before. I mean, we'll be capable of producing 1.5 times the nutrient value we were previously. So basically my thinking is we might already have unlocked the next type of fertilizer by the time we come to needing a second monstrosity, so that might be just a waste of time. So we won't... Long story short, we won't build a second one. What has errors? No, don't have errors. We don't like errors. We prefer cheese. Did I have enough to build the second one? I am not entirely sure. Because I didn't look. Let's grab more stone and more rope. Like a lot more. That way, if we know we should be able to build a brand new one, we know we should be able to paste it on top of itself, right? Yeah, okay, that would. And so we can build another one here. And finally, a fourth one, almost. We need iron, we need planks, and we need nails. I think we might be out of iron. Well, out of iron in this chest. We're not by any means out of iron overall. But that means we're actually consuming some of the iron we're producing now. Oh, we haven't finished refilling this. Interesting. Yeah, so this is the test setup for the monstrosity. This is where we designed it. So you can see it maybe a little bit better. This is like simply the fuel part, which is basically 3 times here. And so yeah, this is the monstrosity itself. Come on. Currently producing fuel. Maybe I should stop feeding it. That's the one that's feeding it, right? Yes. You're sending stuff over there. Where are you sending? Ah, to this one. Yeah, I think you should be able to stop feeding that one. And you are feeding the iron build, aren't you? Yep. Alright. So, yeah. I do want... But I mean, it doesn't really matter if these are not really running. Because they need very little fuel to just sustain themselves just existing, right? One concern here is that they cannot, like, shoot at each other directly. Unless I slightly tweak things here. I don't need to have cannons for them to pass stuff from one to the other. You don't have to worry about no internet from tomorrow on. You got a 3-day ban in League of Legends. Why, Fire? Why are you inflicting League of Legends upon yourself? I really don't get it. You're toxic. I suppose that is a line of defense. Not a good one, but it is one nonetheless. Somebody said, stop kill stealing. So you threw your entire team in front of the bus about 10 times and told them, why don't you make any kills? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You were really trying to get a ban, didn't you? Is that so you don't feel bad to not have internet? You're like, well, I couldn't play anyway. Was that the thing? It's not the first, but it won't be the last. I'm just saying, like, getting banned is not something you should be proud of. I don't think that's a sane thing. You're not supposed to seek bans. In LoL, you're not a bad player if you're not banned at least once per season. And so we do come back to, why are you inflicting LoL upon yourself? I don't know, I feel like there's some element of masochism in LoL players or something like that. Like, all professional LoL players are banned way more often. They are toxic squared and just rage quit every 5 games. I still maintain my question. That still doesn't answer my question. You're with me on that one, Ducky? The time you ever get banned from the game, you'll dig yourself down in the ground. Salt detox. Oh gosh. If I get too close, oh my god. Yeah, no. Burn it all. Burn it to the ground. You stop playing games if they make you too mad, because that just destroys the fun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like I'm playing games to have fun, not to get angry at people. That would make me not want to play. If playing games had this effect on me all the time, it would be like, yeah, no, I just don't want to play games then. So, are we close enough now? Far enough? Yes, we are. Okay, good. Oops. Though, wait a minute. No, don't shoot. We'll need to fill it with logs. We have so many logs. We will manually fill the build with logs. Before we do anything. It's a nice catharsis. Feels like Mario Kart and Monopoly together. You A, play it with people you hate, or B, you hate after playing. I actually like Mario Kart. It doesn't make me angry. Though I'm on you with, like, you have to hate yourself to play Monopoly. So, again, a game I'd just rather not play. If you were first and got hit by a bio cell and after that 10 red shells ended up last. Yeah, it's part of the game. You know, it throws bad things at you when you're first. In an attempt to balance it out. It's okay. I don't mind it. Aha. This is getting properly fueled. Nice, nice. Maybe I can like feed this to the Athanators. Actually, I could just feed this to the Athanators, couldn't I? Yeah. And charcoal powder? Can I re-inject charcoal powder into this circuit? Without too much of a hassle? Maybe not. I mean, I could. I guess I could hack into this. That's a possibility. Yeah. So what we could do here is have like box. Don't have anything under here. That's perfect. And so this can be filled with charcoal powder that will slowly get consumed. Good. Embrace the bother hate, but you'd say LOL is a bit of junk food too for other people. You don't do junk food, but people who eat, you don't know, McDo, Burger King, KFC, and cheat bad food, no, it's expensive. Stereo and healthy food. You need some self-flagellation in your life, I guess. Yeah, but it doesn't taste bad. Like a McDonald's is not healthy, but it doesn't taste bad. Whereas playing LOL would make me feel bad if I got angry all the time playing it, you know? I don't feel good when I get angry at people. If I ever get angry at people, I am like boiling inside for half a day. It makes me feel very bad. So that's definitely not something I want to seek. That's my point. It's like, why seek something that makes you feel bad? You know? That's the part I don't understand. I think I'm going to do the same thing here as I did upwards. Yep. I'm going to have boxes and I'm just going to like connect them and then fill the boxes. Need gears. You feel like super sick from boiling in games. Wait, what? You feel sick from boiling? I mean, that wouldn't make you feel good to be boiling, that's for sure. No, but I get what you mean, yeah. Yeah, same. It makes me feel sick if I get angry. So that's definitely something I'd want to avoid actively. Yep. I like calm and cozy things. As you may have noticed. Then I can hyper-focus and completely lose myself in the game. Is it good for me? Not necessarily. Losing yourself to a game so much that you can spend 12 hours playing it and be like, oh crap, I didn't intend to play that much, isn't necessarily a good thing for you. But at least you don't feel bad for doing it. Cozy games make you angry, you need action. We might very much be the opposite on that front. Monopoly is a fun anger? What is... like, what part of Monopoly involves the word fun? Please explain. Nothing is fun with Monopoly. It's made to be unfun. That's the explicit purpose of the game. If you can even call it a game. Because there's like a single winning strategy, which, well, it isn't necessarily winning because if everybody applies it, it just comes to randomness. But there's a single good strategy in that game. So like there's literally nothing fun about that. No gamey. It's fun when you own the dark blue streets with hotels, it's just boring is what it is. Like, I'm not necessarily too much into like huge point-based games, etc. I'm much more into collaborative games when it comes to board games. But I'll take a Spirit Island any day over Monopoly. Any day. Spirit Island is actually a good game. It's just that, like, too much brain processing power. It requires too much attention for me a lot of the time, these kind of games. But at least they're fun. Or don't agree to hotels so others can't build houses anymore because they're old. You didn't buy Star Wars Monopoly not to play it? Why would you buy it in the first place though? Right. Oh. We're making progress. This is getting fueled. Nicely. Nicely. Oh, hey, we have almost consumed this entire column. Not bad. We just have so many logs. And what about the stone? What are we gonna do with the stone? I mean, we could like have a box right here and hit the stone through the box, I suppose. That's not necessarily a bad idea. And we're going to need more fuel than that, I think. Oh? Wait a minute. I think... Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Nice. We have consumed all the coke powder. That was... in the storage. We're getting there on using the stuff from the storage. Like Cozy Games 2, like Crime Scene Cleaner, and Power Wash, and House Flipper are so much fun. I haven't played these games. I don't know if I would like them or not, actually. I don't know if I wouldn't get bored. I do enjoy Stardew Valley, but Stardew Valley does keep you occupied. Like, you have, like, you're planning stuff, you are designing stuff, I suppose. You only paint dicks and stuff in Power Wash Simulator. And let others do the rest. That feels very you. That feels very you, I have to say. Been playing quite a lot of Coral Island. I don't know, Coral Island... Actually, even like a lot of the Stardew likes don't as much tickle the Stardew box for me. I don't know how to define it. Okay, so we still have like half a column of wood, but we're getting there slowly. What is this one? This was fertilizer, so we used that. These are planks, we can always use them. Plant ash, maybe we can put back into this box? No. Well, actually that makes sense because we haven't even started doing anything with it. What do we do with that? I'm not quite sure. Oh? We are done. Nice. Time to start using the advanced fertilizer. Yeah, we do have quite a little bit of advanced fertilizer that we made during tasting. So that's gonna take a while to consume. But, you know, we do as we must. We do what we must because we can. And stuff and things. So, let's get an output from here. Can I... Would that work? No, it would not. And this would be a mess. So I suppose we're going to go on that line. That's fine. Hop. Where was that quote from? You know it, but cannot place it. Wait, I know! Portal! About your science. We do what we must because we can. Yes, yes. You need to murder things. I started you with flame. You got bored in the first year and never touched it again. Actually, Stardew, I tried to over-optimize. And I kinda burned out on it. Oh, you need city building, automation, simulation games, like Transfer Fever. Yeah, I can get behind that. Oh, definitely. Portal 1 and 2 made you angry? As lol. Place the portal by the mic! So Portal 1, that's a funny story actually. So I played it when I was in engineering school. And like I was talking with a friend and like she was like, wait, you've never played Portal? You need to try it. She started it on her computer and like I tried it and I got so hyper focused that she was like, so she didn't want to tell me, hey, I want to go to sleep, like you need to like leave. And she was trying to like get me to stop, but without explicitly saying it, and I just was so hyper focused I didn't get it. I was like, no, I like it, I like it. She was like, maybe you should go to bed, you know, it's late. No, no, I'm fine, I'm fine. I don't need to go to bed. And years later, she was like, she's a very good friend now, and years later, she was like, yeah, you know, I was kinda trying to get rid of you, but I didn't know how to say it. She wouldn't say it like that, of course. You literally had a dream about like that about me. You did not know Alistair does not sleep on the games. Yeah. To be fair, I don't do that often. I'm sure you did not let Alistair play Portal at your place one time. What did I need? Iron and planks. Okay. We need a little bit of iron as a treat. Maybe 2 stacks? Why not? You're trying to remember the details now, but this was ages ago. Yeah, do tell. Over here maybe? That might be good. That seems about right. And we'll get a second column like that. Oh, that's coming to you is there was a fridge and conveyor belt involved. Hmm. That is interesting. Were you like trying to access your fridge because you were hungry and I wouldn't not because the factory must grow or something? Was I making a factory inside your house? Like physically? You really don't remember. That would be funny. No, I kinda want to go to Ibi's place and build a factory inside her bedroom. So she's like, how do I get to sleep now? Help! I need a second row of boxes, I think. I kinda wonder... No, there's really no point using that cannon. So I think we'll just do this for all of them. Like if we need to modify the one at the end later, we can always do that. This will definitely be too close though for a cannon. We might try to use a catapult, possibly. Or we could use a drawbridge, to be honest. That would be fun. Maybe that's the move. Is it on the right level? Wait, no, not here. I mean, I could have it. Yeah. Ah, kinda. Let me see. Oh, that could maybe work. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, I'm convinced. I think... Oh, actually, maybe on top of the elevator? Is good enough? Hmm. Flamey is embarrassing again? What did she say? Did she say you're cute? In Elena's chat? I did think I saw Jess coming online. She is playing Wildermyth with Elena and Juice tonight. We might trade into them actually. Afterwards. Oh. Hmm. Fire wanted us to raid into Sal's stream. We'll see. We'll see. If I don't follow the recommendation, I'll refund it. Ah, that's not gonna work. Dang it. Ah, no! Don't fall all the way. Okay, so let's do things differently here then. I'm going to have like a wooden block. Yeah. And then we can do things like that. She's in like a stream too and be like, I thought you watched another stream. And be like, if you want to sleep, come over for some sex. In Rake's chat. I see. Actually, no. Dang it. We're gonna have bought so many logs already. Dang it. Right. Well... At least we know it works. But, yeah. So, let's remove the portals for now. No, not the entire floor, please. You should make Flame cool off with a spray bottle or something. Making her wet makes it worse. I mean... Not making it better yourself. But... I have to say, Sven, you kinda walked into that one. To be honest. You were very much calling for that one. Oh, come on. I don't like how the game freaks out a lot of the time. It's like, come on, I'm not moving my house, just like pick a position. But don't pick all of them at once. It would end up like in those early 2000s movies. The 18-20-year-old woman cleaning a car with water bucket and sponges. Would be kind of funny though. No, 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 no! Don't do that! Ooh, that was a close one. We almost had to destroy the planet. She's making it hard enjoying the introvert life. She's forcing you to be an extrovert. Wrong item on the belt, pull the Alastair. I mean, yeah. Wrong items on the belt, just nuke everything. Push Alastair's arm. Yes, Hebe? She told you to. Alright, so this is working. Nice, nice. Should I do the same on this side? Yeah, I think I should. Why not? Hmm? that it's all one belt system and it only sends what's needed. And when you fill items per hand, the entire system is ruined. Wait, what? Why is it ruined when you fill items per hand? Right. So this part is not running because... Well, simply because I didn't fuel it at all. That would make sense. So, give me a little bit of this. I'm just pulling fuel from like random furnaces. Furnace? Something like that. And here we go. This should, I think, technically be kinda enough. To probably start the entire column. Let's go. So. Poof. And poof. Perfect. Hey, we're progressing on that front. Love it. This is still producing a lot of coke powder, isn't it? Yeah. Technically it should end up running out of logs at some point, but the problem with that is there's just so much money on the belt. So maybe, like, can I get, like, maybe a chest or something that can collect that money? Or perhaps even better, I could just remove the purchasing portals. Hey, that would be an idea. Who would have thought of that? Hmm? Not me, that's for sure, since I didn't. Ah! I can't do parkour. I hate myself. Okay. We're good, we survived. Because it will still send the items and that can make everything stuck. Ah. I see. Yeah, because we're going to eventually need to destroy this build. And that's gonna be a great time. An absolutely amazing time if it's full of stuff. You know. Always a good time when your build is full of stuff. And you're just trying to get rid of random junk everywhere. And so maybe we'll want a priority chest on the fuel line downstairs to try to get rid of this part of the random junk. Somewhere over here perhaps? Maybe below the stairs. Yeah, below the stairs. Let's take advantage of the fact that we can actually put stuff below our stairs. That's fine. You can be secondary input. No, not a table. A chest. There. Just like that. We might want some of that too. We need to get rid of so much junk. So much of it. Ah, that's my ash box. Ooh. That's becoming difficult to access. Can I maybe crouch and see it from anywhere? That would seem like a no. Ah, maybe, maybe. Oh, look at that. It would seem like we made it. Okay. Yeah. Oh my. Wait, how... Is it like outputting it? What's going on here? I got the priority right? Yeah, I did. Oh, maybe it was feeding it into the nutrient boxes? What, the, like, sage thingy? Whee! Whoop. We'll get there, we'll get there. Maybe, possibly. Perhaps. Or maybe not. Aha. Finally, you. Good. And now, the rest. Why do I have random logs in my inventory? Where did these come from? Where do they go? That we do know. And we fill that chest. Whee! Perfect. We can probably fuel, like, this entire build. with what we have on us. That wouldn't be a bad thing. That way we have a fully functional build. Well, the second fully functional build. Well, third for today, technically. Aha! Let's go. Okay. Well, I say fully functional, but like, we still need to put back the logs provision system. Oh, these two might be ready to go. Nice, nice. I don't have any logs left, do I? Don't think I do. No, I don't. Let's go. Cool. Oop. But Factorio had the worst belt for you anyways. 2 items or well 2 slots on the belt. Oh, you mean the 2 sides of the belts. 2 lanes. I do like that in Factorio actually. It gives a lot more flexibility. Removes the belt balancing minigame in inventory Tetris or factory games, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it has its upsides and its downsides, definitely. It does add complexity in a game that doesn't necessarily need more complexity. I'd say the main downside of the 2 lanes. But I think it adds a lot of flexibility also to what you can do with them. And that I do like. Sushi belts are for the pros. Sushi belts are nice. I really like the concept of sushi belts. I feel like... I mean, they're not very... fast because they are throughput limited. Or at least it's challenging to make them faster because of the throughput limitation. So it doesn't really fit a very high rate production factory. But there's a lot of whimsy in them, and that I do appreciate a lot. Yeah, I think we can reconnect the belt here. I feel like that's kind of the problem with Factorio, right? A lot of people have it in their mind that there's a single good way to do a Factorio factory. That's not true at all. and they end up teaching other players that like there's a single good way to play Factorio. If you're not, you're doing it wrong, and I don't think that's right. Not everything has to be maximally efficient. It doesn't mean it's wrong if it's not 100% efficient. It follows different objectives, that's for sure. But that doesn't make it wrong. And even when you talk about efficiency, like, what are you trying to optimize for? Because you can't always optimize for everything at once. So it's good to give yourself the flexibility. In Satisfactory or Foundry, you can stack your belts, these levels. Yeah, that's true. But, okay, so we have a very good example in here of that. And I think it will quickly demonstrate why I don't like this. This is ugly, in my opinion. I don't like this build specifically because of this like huge stack of belt. I don't mind that, but this is like the big wall of belt is just ugly in my opinion. And so I don't like to play too much with like huge buses of stacked belts. In games. That's a plus for Foundry for you. Yeah, it blocks visibility and movement. Yeah, exactly. And like, for me, like for example, that's the thing with Satisfactory for me. When I see people playing Satisfactory, a lot of the time, I see a huge flat platform above the world with a large factory on top of it. Or even worse, like scaffolding hanging in the air. With like no structure or anything. It's super ugly. And Satisfactory is a game that looks amazing. And for me, if you do that, you're missing half of the game. So that's why I mean, if that's how you want to play it, of course, play it like that. I'm not saying don't. But that's why I don't want to play it like that, because I would feel like I would be missing half of the game. You love building underground networks of belts in Foundry? Yeah, underground is nice, though underground has the issue of certain... Like you see it in my Whiskerwood save. I dug down to have the belts underground because same issue, right? It's just ugly to have belts on top of everything stacked together. But then the problem is that going underground, it's hard to see what you're doing. You don't have great visibility. And so that's one of the issues with D levels, fundamentally, is that you end up with situations where you just have a hard time understanding what's happening in your game, in your save. Okay, so this is going... Your main factories in Foundries, you dig down 70 to 100 blocks and build different levels with elevators and decorations everywhere. I mean, yeah, no, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If you can make the underground look good, having like underground tunnels that have logistics, this kind of stuff, that sounds like a lot of fun. You need to look for a conditioner. She put it into one of the bathroom moving boxes. Oh no. In that case, you just add a belt splitter as a source and build on the ground level or go up. Why did my game just stutter? Ooh. We are consuming a lot here. Oh, is it a case of... yeah, I bet I know exactly what's going on here. I bet... Yeah. Like, you have a lot of places where you're just starting to get advanced fertilizer. And so the machine is full of basic fertilizer. And at some point it runs out in a stack. And all of a sudden you have a stack of advanced fertilizer that gets filled in just like that. And so it comes in bursts. Yeah. That actually makes sense. Okay, so should we do vitality potions, I suppose, is the next step. What do I do with all this stone? I did say I could have... Oh, no, I built on top of it. I mean, I can still have, like, the big stones and do something with it. Or even, it doesn't have to be the big stones. Like, the 7 stone should be enough. Oh, come on. And then I can have my stone chest in here. Yeah. That seems like a plan. Alright. Well... I suppose we should just start buying stuff, shouldn't we? This will take priority anyway, so it won't run any faster. It will just start buffering rotten logs. So we should start seeing rotten logs anytime buffering in here. You love to build fancy building and hide all the spaghetti and want to hide tile area above or below floor ceiling. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. Building fancy building and... But that's what I'm saying, is like... It's games where I think... Well, or at least I prefer to play with the aesthetics of the game, right? And not just completely ignore them like a lot of players do. Because I would feel like I'm missing an important part of the game if I did. Okay. So we do have no rotten logs going. You suck at making it look good, so you stop trying. I mean, yeah, that's fair. It's hard. It is very hard. And I'm not good at it. But I do enjoy having builds that look good, so I kind of want to try having them look good. Are we completely out of coinage? What's going on here? Let me have a peek. Oh, little peeky peek. Hard to say. Right, so I cannot jump and crouch at the same time. Like, jumping and crouches me. So we are going to build steps. We are gonna ladder up. Okay, here it comes. Right, so it was just waiting for the money to start coming in. No, I don't want to copy it, I want to destroy it. Thank you. You posted 2 pictures of something you built a few months ago? Let me have a look. Oh yeah, that does look fancy. Nice. Yes, that's pretty nice. You never finished because there was a new patch, and patch from today requires a new save game too. Because they added tunnels and exploration, etc. Second tunnel was the elevator stuff, so every floor looked like that with different colors. Orange was the orange ore and stuff. I see. Okay, so... Right. We are going to need... let's see... That's good for a while. Yes, so I think we do a Vitality Potions build here. I might... Let's see... I might reconnect its outputs, both of them. Because I have stopped feeding it. And I have taken the money from it. Well, I guess I did not completely take the money from it. Well, basically remove the purchasing portals, right? Oh, and you end up with rotten logs. Right. But we can drain the money from the build. And I think... we do have a chest for the rotten logs, so that's not a problem. I think then the strategy is let it produce advanced fertilizer until it runs out of rotten logs. Because we don't want like a big pile of rotten logs on our hands, right? And we'll just have to manually feed the build downstairs whatever it produces. Yeah, I think that a fair way to do things. It helps us get rid of the material we bought for that one. Planks come in. Perfect, perfect. Alright, in the meantime... let's go take a peek at... making vitality potions. Should I do a new floor? I don't know what I'll do here. I think we'll probably double the steel build at some point. Because, well, actually this is backing up. That's good. Is everything full? Kinda. Ooh, the healing potions are not. Why are they not full? Weird. Do I need to make more healing potions? That's a possibility. We could redesign healing potion. Yeah, we only sold 45 and we're not even full. Like, if we have high approval, we're going to need to produce a lot more than that. We're probably going to want to at least double the Jupiter production too. Ooh, that's a lot of logs. Oh my. Yeah, that was an expensive day. One of the two big things you dislike in Alchemy factories, you destroy the Pretty Town. Yeah, I don't like that part. You wish you could hide the ugly stuff and deliver stuff to your shop. Things from the bottom or something, no catapults or cannons. I mean, yeah, like I see what you mean. I think the fact that you can have cannons like on the top floor like that, and this is not very well organized, but like you can organize it in the way that looks nice. So like, I don't like doing this, right? I don't like doing this and having catapults in the middle of your shop floor, because I don't think it looks good. It looks kinda ugly. But I don't dislike the aesthetics of having like rows of cannons on the sides of your shop and like feeding it from the top like that. That's something I think looks okay. And then you can have like your cute little shop, and imagine like we close that off. And then you go in the back of the shop and you have your big factory. So I don't think that looks bad. But I would prefer if we didn't have to destroy the town. That's one of the reasons, like, I bought 4 plots and I don't really want to buy more, if that makes sense. I'd rather like stay on 4 plots if possible. You'd love to have a cellar and deliver it from here. You want a fancy shop, but in this game the shop is like the worst part. Like at the start you have to do stuff yourself, after that it's just there. Yeah, I do feel you on that. Although I would enjoy the game less if you had to do things manually the whole time. Like, I want to be able to focus on building stuff, but I do wish you would have more maybe decoration options. You believe you can catapult or cannon items through walls or hide it all behind the walls? Yeah, probably because like if you build, like if I were to, for example, build a floor here, it would let me do so, and it wouldn't. Right, I could do that, for example. I could build the ceiling and know it's shooting through the ceiling. So, in a way you can, but it's kinda cheaty. It's more a bug in the game that you can. Like, it wouldn't let me place the cannon, target the cannon that way, but it does let me place the floor. Which, in my opinion, is, to simply put it, a bug. It shouldn't let me place the floor in the trajectory of a cannon. But also, if it stopped you from doing so, it would be kind of a hassle. So, in a way, I'm also glad it doesn't do that. What is this hole for? I'm not quite sure. I'm sending money here. Maybe this? No, this is here. Can I see where this comes from? So this comes from this hole? I think this hole is obsolete. Thankfully. Maybe it was fuel? I don't know. What is in here? Do not know. Oh, right. We are not bringing any fertilizer or fuel upstairs anymore. Is it really cheating? It's her hiding stuff, not a real advantage. I mean, it's a game, like you play how you want to play it, right? At the end of the day, so is it cheating? No, because you're not disadvantaging anybody. It's not like you're in a competition or something. But is it a bug? I think yes, definitely, because there is, like, if you do it in a certain order, the game does not let you do it. If you do it in the other order, the game lets you do it. So either not letting you do it is a bug, or letting you do it in the other one is a bug. No advantage, not really cheating. I think, like, part of the design of the catapults, and it's really visible for the catapult. Part of the design spirit for the catapult and the cannon is that It lets you move things with a lot of flexibility without having stuff in the middle, without having to pass belts through. Over good distances without belt storage and a lot of stuff. But the drawback is that you have constraints on the trajectory of your item. It has to not collide on stuff, it has to go like the cannon has a minimum distance, both have a maximum distance, the catapult has to go straight. If you're trying to shoot stuff that may be too far, you might collide with the ceiling and then it will not let you. So you have these types of constraints. And so, yeah, in a way it's a bug because the game intends for you to have to design around those constraints. That's the intention of the devs. And so, like, being able to say, hey, if I build the cannon first and then I place the walls and the ceilings, then I can completely ignore those constraints that the devs intended to put. That's what makes it a bug, right? Hey Pitaka, how are you doing? Welcome in. Game doesn't honor conservation of energy anyways. But let's pretend the excretion principle still holds. I can see the vibe. No, it's not that. It's more a question of like what the devs want you to be able to do and what they don't. And clearly, I don't think they want you to be able to shoot through walls. They want you to have to think about how you design things, how you design your shop and your logistics around the woo, I'm having a strong the limitations of of the cannons and catapults and the limitations that their limited trajectory options bring to you. So yeah, but then again, you can't technically do it. Call out a golemondulance. Or a bondulance. Yep. What was I saying? But yeah, so yeah. It's early access, so keep in mind if you are designing your factory around these features, I fully expect the devs at some point to fix that. And to be like, nope, not shooting through ceilings and walls anymore. Sorry. You always restart those types of games every big update? Well then, I mean that seems like something that might get tiring very fast. But yeah, fair enough. Alright, so we want fertilizer and coal. Which one is which? Oh, I mean, fuel. So this is fuel. So that's this one, right? Yes. So the one that's in front here. So this needs to be fuel. For you, it's more fun because not all updates are only in-game. And when you always play the old save games, you don't get a real experience of a patch. I mean, that's true. But it's also a large, huge time investment to start a factory from scratch every update. But I mean, it's a valid choice. I just think I would burn out very fast on the game if I tried to do that. Is what I'm saying. So that needs to be fuel. And where's my fertilizer? Are you fertilizer? No, you're fuel. Are you fertilizer? No. Where's my fertilizer? Nowhere to be seen. Right, so I need fertilizer here and fuel here. And I think I might. I mean, we'll have to redesign this top floor part, but I probably will anyway. So I'm thinking I might have a technical column that extends all the way down here. And then, I mean, I'm going to have to move that then. Which is something we want to do anyway. So maybe we start by redoing these parts. We redo the glass and the clay and the bricks. And then we bring up the fuel and the fertilizer. Yeah, fair enough. Although I'm going to want to put them on this floor, and I have a slight problem of everything being in the way. Yeah. You build it differently every time? I mean, yeah, I can see that. Are you off to bed, Hebe? Have a great night, Hebe. If you dream of me hyper-focusing, you'll let me know. Maybe it won't be a dream. Maybe I will seep into your dreams. Through reality. Knowing me, it probably won't. Look. Maybe I design it up here and then I move it? What do I do? Right. Let's maybe have space over here. We design stuff and then we move. That way we leave time for this build to empty, which is going to take a while, so I don't know what we'll do. But we'll figure things out, maybe? Or maybe not. We'll see. There are so many rotten logs here. So, we want clay and glass. So I want a kiln for glass, I want a kiln for bricks. So a kiln produces 6 bricks, a brick every 6 seconds, so like 10 per minute. Oh, stop it. What should I stop, Hebe? What do you want me to stop? And you produce 1 every 4 seconds. So like, for example, if I have 3 assemblers making clay, that's like 2 kilns of bricks? No, wait. No, it's the reverse, right? If I have... If I have 3 kilns of bricks, I want like 1 every 2 seconds. And then I need 2 assemblers of clay to feed. Right. Each assembler of clay requires 1 sand per second. Okay. And for this build, we are actually going to need charcoal powder. So we can't just feed it from fuel. At least for the charcoal powder part, but that means we can have a charcoal powder production that's purely dedicated to the clay and that's fueled from something else. It's not self-fueling. I think that's how it's gonna work. These would produce like 1 every 12 seconds. Let me see. So one of these feeds 3 of these. Right? Because like that's 1 every 3 seconds. No, 4 of these then. Yeah, and we want sound 1 per second per assembler. Yeah, so we'll manage that. We'll have like a lot of these. That's fine. Charcoal powder. So like 1 per second pretty much if we have 2 assemblers. Would be 4 of these. That's a problem. Because that's more than 1 kill, one furnace. Unless we stack them, I think we might be able to stack them, but I don't really like the idea of stacking them. So yeah. Oh my, we're buying a lot of rotten logs still. That's a lot of money going to these builds. But to be fair, we are producing like a huge amount of advanced fertilizer at the moment. That's gonna last us for a while. Like if you look at the amount of advanced fertilizer produced, that's like 6,000, let's say, let's round it down, times what? 800 V? So that's like $5 million V, something like that. And this is like 200,000 times what? 200? So we have produced right now in advanced fertilizer, I think at least twice more than we ever produced in basic fertilizer. In terms of nutrient value. So yeah, we have a lot of it. A lot. This build isn't gonna be running truly for a while. It may not ever actually produce stuff. Maybe the testing build produced all the advanced fertilizer we're ever going to produce. That's entirely possible. Though, to be fair, the production is going to like ramp up quite a bit when we try to do bigger stuff. Because it's gonna be stuff like, hey, you need like 10,000 of these. What do we do? Right? Okay, so let's go back to planning and plotting. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure how to deal with that. I mean, it could be like suboptimal. I don't need to have my furnace be used 100% optimally. Although I'd like to. Which is a problem. Because if I triple the build... like... it's completely overkill, right? Or I could... no, because this just needs sand. And a kiln. And the kiln uses like a full furnace. I suppose I'll just use a furnace suboptimally. That's fine. Okay, so let's say we want what? We'd say the three kilns for bricks and 2 assemblers for clay. We could make it 3 assemblers for clay, so we have 1 for personal use. I think we'll do that. We'll do 3 assemblers for clay. At least. And 2 of them will go to kiln. And 1 of them will just stay in a box. No, lead to a box. So let's start laying things out. We said 3 kilns. We want assemblers. 3 assemblers. I said 3. For clay. Each assembler needs 1 sand per second. That would be 12 grinders grinding down stone, which would mean 4... no, that's like 1 stone per second. And 1 stone per second is 3 stone crushed, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. That's quite a bit, because we'll need that 3 times. So, 3, 6, 9, 12. That is silly. That's a 3. No, I need a 4th one actually. If I want 12. Because each of these feeds 3. Doesn't it? No. Okay. And so we're going to need that 3 times. And then on the charcoal side, okay, each of them wants a charcoal every 2 seconds. And a charcoal every 2 seconds is 2 grinders and crucible combination. So like something. Where's my crucible? Something like that. And of course, like these two consume a table saw, if I'm not mistaken. Because I want 1 plank every 2 seconds. Yep, that's a table saw. And that's me about to fall down. Good job, Alastor. I should have this separate to make it clear that, like, it's not the same build, basically. So, of course, that's not gonna be how we actually arrange stuff. That would be kind of silly. Right. So, in total, this would be 60 per minute. We can totally feed these ones. Like, even the total amount of sound. Interesting. Yeah, I could have these. I kinda have an idea. It may be a stupid idea, we'll see. Right, so we said... Wait, so you produce 1 every 3 seconds. And the sound grinder consumes 1 every 12 seconds, right? So you need 4 of them for each of these. So between these 3, we need... Well, we need the 12 between these 3. I see. I see. And we'll need to double that. So we'll need 24 of those. This is 9 wide. And I could have 6 and 6. Yeah, maybe that would work. Or... Hang on a minute. If I lay the table saw next to them, that's my 12. Aha! Okay. So I think these grinders will go under. So I think what we can have is something like this, where we feed the grinders from the center. Something like that, perhaps. And then maybe this can be... Let's see. Maybe we can go like this. And then, I don't know. Something like that. And so these can be under stands. Uh-huh. Like that. And I am out of planks. Whee! And I am way too full of planks. Hang on a minute. Okay, that's better. So what if we do something like that? Out of gears too? Oh my god. Couldn't you see it earlier? Rather than me having to run all the way back? Am I out of anything else, game? Or are we good? Yeah. And so we can do that on both sides. Like maybe we can have the table saws making the planks. And then maybe, yeah, maybe we can have like 2 stone furnaces. How do we arrange that? Maybe I need to move away so I can actually... do the full design. Yeah, that will make things easier. So here we have the sun that comes out here and here. So that's all my stone crushers. Well, for this build anyway. Technically we need 3 more. Which almost makes me want to double the build so I can keep that symmetry, but we'll worry about that later. Maybe we don't need to have a third build. Maybe we just don't. Okay, so we have this. Would I put the assembler beneath? No, I shouldn't probably. I probably shouldn't do that. I don't know. Oh wow, we sold 116 steel gears today. That's not bad. Not bad at all, in fact. Even though, like, our reputation is kinda down the drain a little bit. Why did it go back so much? What are we not providing at the moment? It's the health potions, I think. I think it's the healing potions that are crap. Why are they crap? What am I missing in the healing potions? They have no flax? What? Why have they no flax? No, they should have flax. So what, is it just a production speed? Is it what's going on? Or is half of the build not working for some reason? Huh? Right, let me climb. Oh. What's going on here? Okay. The heck? Has my flax build always been crap? Has my healing potions build been broken this whole time? Oh my god. Well, that's not great. That's even incredibly bad, I would say. I'm glad I noticed. But I do wish I would have noticed earlier. This has been like this for like... I don't even know how long. This is one of the last holdouts. Actually, probably never gonna run down because... Well, it is eventually because these take like half and half. But... Like... These nurseries are gonna produce too fast anyway. Right, and pulleys are not being used from this build. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, but now we're doing a lot better, I think, on the health potions. Maybe we can send like 100. Well, 50 technically. So at least the shop is furnished. Okay, so... Yeah. Oh, can we see somebody grabbing a Jupiter? Who will get the Jupiter today? Come on, folks. Aha. Can I interest you in a Jupiter, sir? No. How about you? Oh. Money's empty? No, I don't think it's money. It might be fuel. We might be out of glass. Well, that's kinda good news. That we are designing new builds for that. So, let's get back to this. Right, so we're going to want like 2 stone furnace. How do I do that? Do I align them like this? I mean, sure, we can do that. Although, thinking about this, I might want to have them, like, slightly further to the side and rotated. Let's see, let's place the crushers. Because we could have these assemblers, like, in the middle. Yeah. Sorry, didn't have time to mute that one. That was a sneeze. Took me by surprise. Okay, yeah, and so we can have like something like this here. Then maybe we turn the tables those? I don't know. No, I kinda like the idea of like providing the stuff from the back here. Oh, though... Dang it. Maybe we have this in this orientation? That won't work because I don't have the space to rejoin, I think. But I could go one further. And then I would have the space. But then why not invert it and have like the furnaces in the middle and the assemblers on the outside? That way I can like take the wood from here and like output it directly in the direction of the assemblers. That would be better, wouldn't it? Like this doesn't have to be straight, technically it could even go under the table saws. And then that means this can be reversed, which is probably better. And then, I mean, I kinda almost want to have this on top of the furnace too. Next to these. Which I could do. Like, we're going to need like a fuel line anyway. So I could have something like that. Then have something like this. Maybe we rotate it. Yeah, like that. And so over here we'll need more nails. We will need to replace purchasing portals at some point. But we will worry about that later. There is absolutely no urgency for that. Ooh! Things are jumping. Things be jumping. Like salmons in the sea. That makes absolutely no sense. None of it. But then again, since when do I make sense? Okay, so this can be clay. We have sand, we have... Yeah... So, over here. Yeah. And then we can go out and respread back into the kilns. I do like that. I do have a concern though. And that concern is that how do I bring the fuel to the row of furnaces if I have an elevator on either side? Well, on both sides, technically. That wouldn't quite work. But what I can do, now that I think about it, no, not this one. Uh-huh. So you can bring stuff to the assembler. Uh-huh. You can elevate stuff from down here to this level. And so now I can have my fuel line. Only question that remains, can I connect the fuel to the kiln if I do it like that? Oh, actually, this assembler might need, I might need it to be one wider, so I can actually interact with the kiln for the clay delivery. But first, let's like symmetrize everything so we can have a decent idea of the actual layout of stuff. Alright, so here you get wood, you transform into charcoal and charcoal powder, and that's all fine. Then we elevate. over here, for example. Yeah, no, I do need... I mean, I could do a slightly more complex circuit that would avoid a lot of the pain. In the same footprint, even. Ooh, let's see. We only sold 63 potions. Though we did provide some by hand. So I don't know exactly what that means. Let's see in terms of consumption. That's the part I'm really interested in. Oh, we bought absolutely zero rotten logs. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, we have very low expenditures, which totally makes sense. Now that I think about it. Yeah, so there are several things I could do here. I could elevate back above the grinders and have a belt so it goes straight down. And then I would have that space. That space, I mean, free to elevate and have this line free of elevators. But that wouldn't necessarily avoid the main problem, which is how am I gonna feed the kilns? So let's stick with what we have right now. But keep in mind we might redesign. It seems very likely we will. But I just want to see right now if what I think might be my biggest current problem with this design actually becomes a problem, if it's a non-issue. Ooh! I thought I was falling down here. That's definitely gonna be a problem, actually. But let's see, let's continue for a little bit. I just want to move back so I can actually place stuff without falling down the cliff. And so the center line here is like that. Yeah. Interesting, I can't target the kiln? Oh no, I was in mode 2. Okay. Yeah, so that's the part I was worried about. Interesting. I mean, these would make glass, technically. I could have the glass crushers behind, And technically these two would make glass. I just need to figure out how to feed the rest of the clay to two other kilns. Wait, would this work? That's kinda great if it does. It does! Like that's 1 sound per second, so basically it's the same design as the one for clay. Except... Wait a minute. So... one assembler of clay wants 1 sound a second, so right now I'm making 2 sounds per second, right? Is that correct? Yes. So technically if I doubled the sound build, I'd want 2 sounds per second. So yeah, no, that actually tracks. So I could just copy paste that. I mean, and like, why is there a hole here? Interesting, isn't it? I kinda love that. Okay, why not? But then, how do we feed the rest of the clay to 2 more kilns? Is the main question. We could go under. We could totally do that. We just need the elevator to not be here. And then we could have this be an elevator that goes down. And have the clay come out here. And then we could have 2 kilns on the side. No, granted, I don't know that makes a lot of sense to do things like that. But it's kind of fun. Although if I move this elevator... No, I mean the belt would still be there. If I do the concept I have in mind. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so if I do this, like the charcoal powder comes out on top of the grinders, and then I just need to bring it back down here. Like that. And so now this space is free, right? So we can use this space to bring the sound up. Is it completely bonkers? Yes. Is it fun? Also yes. And so then we don't need this elevator anymore. And this can be my clay. And Again. Went the wrong direction. This can be my fuel. I love this idea actually. So let's like split things apart. Real quick. What did I just do? I think I clicked things in the wrong order and then everything went messy. Okay, so these... Ooh, no, not you. Need to disappear, you disappear. And of course all these belts do. Same for you. And I think that's about it for now. So things go on top here. Then they get back down right here. So that part works. Then here, the problem that made it so I had to dismantle everything is that I need one high spaces. Oh, I do need to bring items down here, don't I? Just like that. Yep, that's gonna be perfect. Why is everything flipped? Huh, weird. Somehow it seems to flip the builds when you cut paste them individually. Sure, I won't question it. I will not. Early access. Alright. This is a mess, but I love it. So we can, like, double this, basically, right? Oh, not enough stone? I can probably solve that. A very easy way. Now, where is my stone box? How are we doing in here? No glass. But we do have tons of healing potions. Don't question where the glass bottles are coming from. We're definitely not reselling them, like... Hang on, I'm getting lost in the scaffolding of reality. Yeah, that's it. Uh-huh. Alright, so, that should work. I kinda want to peek under, just to ensure that this has connected properly. Probably hasn't. No it has, I'm impressed. But lessons learned, better to check. Because we had such trouble with the previous build. In that department... Okay. And so we are going to have 3 kilns. We are going to need more, of course. Why did I just walk back? Like, what's wrong with me? Why did I do that? Uh-huh. And this. So... I'm going to want a fuel line to come over here. Which it doesn't, currently. So, hang on. Ah, it's right here. Okay. Well, technically I don't need that anymore. And this can be... elevator. Let's go. You are bricks. You are glass. You are bricks. And you are glass. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Perfect. And then I just need to output stuff. Each of these produce 10 per minute. So technically, I don't really need a fancy setup, because I can just use a sorter, right? So I could just be like, hey, have like a line of stones or whatever. And then give me a belt. Or I can do even easier, actually. Yeah. No use having a sorter. I can just use different levels and have two belts. Ooh, we're keeping up with the potions? That's exciting. Okay. We're spending so little. Maybe not the entire floor. Thank you. Well, I suppose I could still... Oh, wait. No, it would make things slightly more complicated, actually, to use the elevators like I was thinking I would. Ooh, Brink! How are you doing? Brink of Pips coming through, how are you? Are you hydrated and love today? Sprinkles, love, luck and prosperity, slay human. Hello Brink, how are you doing? Welcome in, lovely humans. How is everybody today? On this wonderful day of the monstrosity. What were you playing, Brink? Sunset Motel, ooh, nice. Yeah, we have today installed the monstrosity. If you have not seen my last stream, let me talk you through what we have here. You were managing a silly little motel and doing the customers' stinky laundry. Oh, that sounds fun, actually. So that's a motel simulator. I didn't know that existed. How did the stream go? So welcome in everybody. If you don't know me, I am Alastor. Apparently I can't talk anymore. But sometimes when I can talk, I stream. And the games I mainly stream are stuff like factory games, city building games, colony building games, and puzzle games like Blueprints, for example, is a very good one that came out recently. Oh, hey, buddy. No, I know why I couldn't talk anymore. It's the Spud effect. I was so dazed. You first got crazy nuclear nightmare with Spuddy, Phoenix and Rosie. Oh, nice. Yeah, exactly. I was having a strong it's the Spud effect. I was being a potato. So yeah, this game is Alchemy Factory. And it's a game where you're running a fun little alchemy shop. You're selling, you know, very alchemical stuff like ropes, nails, pulleys, linen, glass, gears, more gears, also more gears, bricks, you know, very alchemical stuff. Oh, also sometimes you sell potions. And sometimes you even sell alchemical relics like Jupiter's. Not the planet. Although maybe we could try to sell the planet. Have we ever tried to sell the planet? Oh, I just noticed we have ads about to start, so let me snooze them for a moment. Sorry, it's one of those games where when you tab out, the game mutes. And you cannot avoid that. How am I doing? I am doing great. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, people come in our shop. They buy stuff, they give us a lot of money. I mean, not that much money, but it depends what they buy, I suppose. And yeah, and the thing is, we kind of have to supply the shop. Like you can see that at the moment we don't have any glass in here. Why is that? Because we have a glass build over here. And this glass build isn't working at the moment. Mostly because I'm not providing it with fuel anymore. But that's okay because we are rebuilding a new glass build. That's gonna be better. Because I don't want to have a factory in the middle of my shop. I would very much like to have a wall in here. So yeah, we are going to get these things removed. And finally fully pull on an Alastor. What is an Alastor? Today, we destroyed everything on that floor except for the shop. If you have seen the factory before, there were fuel production lines in this area, and this entire area was detected. No, not detected. It was very stealthy. But it was dedicated to producing fertilizer. So it was a huge build that was going like from here to all the way over there. And first thing in the stream, we deleted everything. That's where this chest monster comes from, which we had to store in everything we deleted. It took us a while. But it was for a good cause, because we replaced it with these two smallish builds, all things considered. This is what we call the monstrosity. What the monstrosity does is it produces fertilizer. It produces better fertilizer than what we were using. We were using basic fertilizer. This produces advanced fertilizer. Let me go upstairs because we have a version of the monstrosity, which is the thirst version upstairs, that is working actively. Although it is kind of covered now, so we don't see it as well as we used to. So I suppose we don't see it much better than downstairs. But you do see it running over here at the moment, because I'm just trying to consume everything that was in that build. And in particular the rotten logs that are in these stable saws. So yeah, I'm just trying to empty that build basically. And so yeah, what's happening here in the monstrosity is we're grinding stone, we are roasting it and grinding it to produce quicklime powder. We are growing sage and burning it so we get plant ash. We mix that to make fertilizer. And then we put rotten logs in table saws to produce a mix of mushrooms and plants. And we mix the mushrooms with the basic fertilizer to get advanced fertilizer, which is much better. And the planks, we need to get rid of them, so we burn them to produce coke powder. And yeah, we basically process it into fuel. This fuel is used to fuel the build itself, and we get a little bit of extra fuel at the end. So we get a lot of coke powder, and we get a lot of advanced fertilizer as a result of all of this. And so that's what we just built downstairs. And this silly little build, it is not a little bit, it is a huge build. Last stream we spent 12 hours designing this. But this monstrosity, is capable of producing 1.5 times the nutrients that this entire floor used to produce. Right. So yeah, I think you can see why it's so much better. And over here, we have fuel builds, which are basically a bunch of little fuel builds like that, right next to one another. And they produce slugs. They burn it. Basically, it's the same thing as the fuel part of the monstrosity, where you can see that we have the same build like 3 times in a row. And so that's what consumes the planks. And over here, where it is not being fed planks, it could be, like if I fed planks over here, it would do the exact same. But this is not being fed planks. And so it produces coke powder right here. So I can get however much I want from here. But it does so making its own planks from logs that it saws down. And yeah, that's basically what we have been up to today. So we have installed all of this. And since we want to get rid of the glass and bricks build that we have downstairs, we have been making a build that is going to make glass and bricks. So we have 2 kilns here making glass from sand and 2 kilns here making bricks using the clays that we make assembling sand and charcoal that we are making. Well, we're not actively making it, but the build is complete. So the build is capable at the moment of taking stone, grinding it down into sand through these stone crushers that make rocks, and then right now below we grind it further into sand. Sand comes out over here on this belt, and this belt comes up up here and either gets smelted into glass or gets into the assemblers to make clay. The second ingredient we need to make clay is charcoal powder. So we take logs, we saw them down into planks, we burn them and grind them to make charcoal, and then charcoal powder. And this charcoal powder is getting sent into the assemblers over here. And so then we have clay that we can send into the kilns to make bricks. And really that's it. That is all there is to this fun little build. So there are basically 2 things that remain to be done in this build. Well, one thing really. And this one thing is to collect some of the clay, to collect some of the bricks, to collect some of the glass, and to have an output. Right? And also the other thing that we do need to do is to buy the raw materials to feed all of them. So that's basically the 2 things that we have left to implement here. And I think it's not gonna be too hard to pull off. So, we have some clay coming here. The clay we are not gonna sell. So I don't think it's gonna be too challenging, because we can just like basically have blocks and have a chest that's gonna get filled with clay from this belt. And really that's it for the clay. So that's gonna be our clay storage. Next, we can have a support here. I think for decoration, I'm going to encase this into stone too. But this is really just for decoration. This side is the one that I'm going to care about. Because I'm going to take the belt here, collect all the bricks and sand and glass onto a single belt. It has the capacity to transport all of this, and then I can resort it afterwards. I think it's gonna be my strategy here. So, for that we are going to want a sorter, a filter, and so we can choose how to place it. We have 3 options basically. How do we want to place it? Is the question. So what I'm thinking, what we used to do is have what we call priority inputs. Or also, this is gonna be a fuel belt, so we have to be careful not to block that. Yeah, so in builds we tend to have what we call a priority input, which is basically a chest where we can put down the material and it's going to get re-injected inside the build itself. So for example, let's say we end up with, I don't know, like 400 glass in our inventory that we don't know what to do with. We can just come in and put it in this box and it's gonna get used by the build as if it had been produced by the build. And so it's going to get like stored in the box for us to collect stuff when we want it, or being sent to the shop, or whatever the build needs to do, or being sent to another build maybe. To do that, what we tend to do is have a little setup like that with a merger. So this takes 2 inputs, but if there is anything on the yellow input, it's going to use it first. And then if there's nothing on the yellow input and there's something on the blue input, it's going to take it second. So we're going to put an elevator here that enters the yellow input. And we're going to put a chest that leads into this elevator. So now if we put a belt right here, and a belt right here, if I have, I don't know, let's see, what do I have a lot of in my inventory? I suppose is the question. Planks, right? I have planks on this. So it comes out on this belt and can get used for whatever. But now if I put planks into this box, I'm not going to put all my planks in there, because I'm going to need to do a box. And I put a box in here. You see that this is not moving. Why is it not moving? Because the blocks are getting taken from inside the box here. So that's why I call a priority input. So for both glass and bricks, I suppose we should do it for clay too, shouldn't we? Yeah, so for all 3 of them, we are going to need to implement that. Or want to, at least. Right. Let me remove this demonstration. At least the extra parts. No, not the entire floor, please. Okay, so let's see. What we could have over here could be to have two of them side by side, but flipped one compared to the other. Right? And so now I have two outputs, and so these two outputs, then I can have like two boxes. And so this is for my personal use, whatever is in this box. Oop, end of day. Ooh, that's increasing, that's nice. Oh, we are consuming logs again. A little bit. We had so many logs in storage for a while that we haven't been consuming logs for a long while. Because we had just so much. We haven't been buying any. Okay, so yeah, we could do that. And because here on this belt, we have both glass and bricks, right? So what we can have here is have a filter splitter. And where is yellow? Yellow is here. And so if I say, hey, put, I don't know, glass. So this glass will go on this side and then bricks will go on this side. Or whatever else would be on this belt would go on this side if we connect the belt here. And then I suppose we could have like a second copy of that. And I am out of gears. Hang on, let me jump down the building and collect some gears. There is no fall damage in this game, and that's pretty nice actually. Actually, we are out of gears in here. We are going through stuff. It's okay because we have a gears production over here. Yeah, so you see that in these builds, I have a lot of like boxes on top of priority splitters. So for example, if I had logs on me, I could put them in this box, and instead of purchasing logs, I would use them. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm doing with it. Why am I going down? No, I'm going up. I'm sorry, chat, I'm getting a bit stuffy and I don't know why. Allergies, I suppose? Right. So we have the personal use box and then we have like the output, basically. And so we can have the same thing here for clay, except like output isn't really a thing for clay. But we can always have an output just in case, an output belt. It's not gonna be used. Yeah, it does look kinda nice, doesn't it? Okay, so let's do that. I think I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to have an elevator that is going to bring this belt at ground level here. And so then maybe we can paste this whole thing right against. Let's see. I mean, kinda. Can't do that, but I can probably do this. Yeah. This can be an elevator that takes from here. And so this is not in front of the elevator, but really what I can do is just take this and flip it. Perfect. No, like maybe the glass is on this side instead of being on this side. I don't know, we'll see what comes out where. But it doesn't matter, because, well, we have no constraint on which must be where. And the fuel comes in here. Let's go. Yeah? Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like the build. I will have to be careful about the fact that I need to buy stuff and I need to bring logs in here. But that's doable. How's the stream been? Pretty fun. I'm sorry, I think I didn't answer earlier. I was so hyper-focused on stuff. I'm having a lot of fun. Let's see. So I'm wondering whether I put 2 or 4 purchasing portals on this build. I could have like 1 for logs, 1 for stone on each side. I could have like 1 for stone on each side and then 1 for both logs. Or I could just have 1 for logs and 1 for stone that feeds everything. How do I want to feed this, I suppose, is a good question for that. In terms of space, I think it might be nice to have my purchasing portals on this side. So maybe I could have like 2 purchasing portals and just have them over here. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of the footprint of my build. So we could have something that buys, for example, logs here. That's something that buys stones here. So that's how I provide stuff for my builds. I send money in these portals, and out comes logs and stones, for example, in these cases. And then I can send the raw materials to the machines. So what I could do here, for example, would be, let's see. So we need to bring the logs over here, which is not super easy. At least, I mean, it is easy if you don't care about aesthetics. But I do care about aesthetics. So I want to do it in a non-ugly way. And so, for example, like, I could go above everything and go across, but it would be kind of ugly because it would encase this whole machinery and stuff, scaffolding or whatever. But I think what I can do is run it underneath this elevator. Wait a minute. Are you the right orientation? Yes, you are. Okay, good. Right, so here I bring it up. So logs come inside the elevator, come out here. Then they can run along. Over here. And maybe I can have like little stone blocks to look nice against the furnaces. Yeah, that will look okay. So you go down, you go across, you go back up, you go to this elevator and back down to the table, so that works. And then on top of this, I can have this, and have my elevator back. That brings the wood to be turned into charcoal. And so you see that visually it doesn't make much of a difference with what we had just a moment before. So I like the aesthetics of it. Actually, it looks a little bit more busy near the bottom, which is not a bad thing in my opinion. And so here, without changing much to the footprint of the build, we could have like little stone blocks. We elevate the stones up, and then we elevate them back down. And basically same story as before. Except we go around the other side. Yeah, I like that. And then... oh, we could even have the hopper like that. So we're going to be sending money inside here. Money gets into these two purchasing portals. And materials get bought, get sent to their respective processors. And out come glass, bricks, and clay. Yeah.